if I did, I'll come back.
If you try and fail, get up again. Destiny will choose you in the end. If you don't make the choice, if you don't use your voice, someone else will speak for you instead. What you want is just within your reach, but you gotta practice what you preach. Pay the sweat and tears to overcome your fears. Never let the fire inside you leave. Two letters apart, one step away from being lost in the dark. Just shine your light like a beautiful star. Show the world who you are, who you are. Yeah, there's another light you no one sees. There's a burning fire that's underneath. Baby, don't you know you were meant to be, meant to be, meant to be. Tell me I'm the good and I'll be great. Say I have to fight and I can't wait. Standing in the wings, a butterfly that sings. I will rise above cause it's my fate. I come, two letters apart, one step away from being lost in the dark. Just shine your light like a beautiful star. Show the world who you are, who you are. Yeah, there's another light you no one sees. There's a burning fire inside of me. Baby, don't you know you were meant to be, meant to be, meant to be. Superstar, that's exactly what you are. Want to be a superstar, that's exactly what you are.
Alright, Firefly chain, wanna catch up, wanna put you in that for they light glow. Yellow brick highway, paparazzi piled up on the high road. They just turn the sun into an idol. They just wanna see how high the sky go. Just to find out how to fall back. But done it to the reminder of Michael. Steady blowing up my head, blowing up my head. Put it on your wall, put me in the school book, put me in the loft, put me in the dance man, in the synagogue. Firefly go when they catch you on, when they catch you on your lights go down. When they turn you to a letter when they go gold, stick you in a jar and get into an icon.
Two letters apart, one step away from being lost in the dark. Just shine your light like a beautiful star. Show the world who you are, who you are. Yeah, there's another light you no one sees. There's a burning fire inside of me. Baby, don't you know you were meant to be, meant to be, meant to be.
What's going on, Conscious Crew, TGIF? Hope you guys are having a wonderful Friday. If you guys can hear me and hear me great, give me a 1 in the chat. Okay, what's going on, Best Eye? Hey, Phyllis. What's going on, Ian Gardner? Hey, Kiwana. Hey, Caitlin. What's going on? Hey, Andrea. What's going on, Jace? Hi, I am Nicole. Hey, Jay Goody. What's going on, Gabriella? Hey, Teresa. What's going on, Authentically Erica? Hey, Boo. What's going on, Lady D? Hey, oh my goddess. Hey, Nessa. Hey, Britt. Hey, Star. What's going on, Arshawn? Hi, Monica. Hey, Delightful. Hey, everybody. What's going on? Okay, we got a one. Hey, Vala. Hey, Jace. Hey, Mimi. What's going on? Duana. Hey, Boom. Hey, all right, you guys. So, you guys see what we're here to get into. I just felt compelled and inspired to just talk about this experience again. Hold on for 1 second. And I actually have someone who bared witness to the experience here, and we're going to have that entire conversation. And it's one of my good friends as well. And I recently had a very sobering experience that was without all of the visuals and psychedelic components, but I was able to connect back to that same experience last year emotionally just a few days ago. We'll get into that as well. But before we deep dive into this discussion, you guys already know what I need you all to do, which is thumbs up the video. You guys know that thumbing up helps with YouTube's algorithm, and they recently changed their algorithm. So it definitely is going to take and be a collaborative effort between you and I in terms of helping to continue to grow the platform and bring attention to the platform. By thumbing up the video for free, it don't cost you a thing. Not only do thumbing up the video help us to enter into the algorithm and to be suggested on YouTube to people who are not Conscious Crew members and are not subscribed, but it also triggers up the notification system so that all of the other unsuspecting Conscious Crew members who have no idea that we're live right now have an opportunity to be invited into the stream. So your thumbs up is literally a personal invitation to other Conscious Crew members to get their ass in here on this God-given, amazing, and blessed Friday. Okay, so hit the thumbs up whether you are a bush baby actively in these streets right now, or whether you are a part of the replay gang. Your thumbs up makes a difference. Okay. Also, shout out to all of the new subbies, honey. We are celebrating 43.4 and we're on our way to 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 50, 60. Girl, y'all already know how we give it up. Okay. So shout out to all of the new Conscious Crew members that you guys see here. We do it all: pop culture, politics, spiritual, sociology, psychology. This is an all-purpose platform, honey, and I want to thank you guys for helping me to create something that's multifaceted and diverse as the Consciouztv platform. Also, make sure that you have your notification bell set to all, even though that notification system barely fucking works, which is why I'm asking you to thumbs up the video, because my God, today. And please make sure that you share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that's Tumblr, MySpace, the Bible Book, the church space, girl, the dark side of Twitter, your personal OF, Tumblr, I don't give a damn where you slap the link. Just let them whores know that we are loud, live, and in color. With no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through. Okay.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so let me go ahead and bring up my special guest and good friend, Khozmiq Newage. Hi there.
Hey, what's up?
TGIF, welcome back to the platform. You are not a stranger here, so most people are familiar with who you are at this point. And a lot of people, you got some new followers as a result that were introduced to you via me, which is why we have people like Nessa. Where's her comment in the chat that says Khozmiq is the truth? I've been following and watching his
Wow.
study for years. Get into it, honey. Okay.
I'm trying to be blush. Wow.
Hi, Renee.
Good
Hi.
God.
So welcome back. Welcome home. Second home to you. For the people who have no idea who you are and where they can find you, can you tell the folk a little bit about who Khozmiq Newage is, what you do, and why folk need to be following you?
You need to follow me because we don't have time to play. And we're about living the simple life And that's what I do. I provide miracle solutions, signs, wonders, miracles, sticks, stones, roots, and bones. I'm the prophet, the hoodoo man, the seer, servant of the living God, and loving every day of it. Thank you.
Okay, and that man of God was one of the men that I caught during my time with God last year. Okay, and about 3 of my friends witnessed what I experienced last year in Atlantic City. So Khozmiq was one of those, you already know. My co-host on the show sometimes, Reckless Logic, was another one of those individuals that I spoke to in the interim of my experience. And then the person I was there with physically at the time also bared witness to the experience and actually recorded a lot of parts of the experience. And initially I was going to put that footage out, but then I was like, you know what, this experience was so sacred to me and was so incredible and was so dramatic. Even what was captured on camera is both hilarious and dramatic, that I think I want to save it for when I do a real sit down and then I implement that footage. So you guys will get the footage that was caught on that day of what I was going through when I was with Spirit, and I was one with Spirit. I was Spirit. And but it's going to be a whole Super Soul Sunday layout. Like, I'm going to really just dedicate an entire production to really getting into my experience and bringing you guys deeply and intimately into that experience, because it's hands down one of the most incredible worship experiences and hands down one of the most incredible spiritual experiences that I've ever had in my life. And I have been through some very dramatic things, and I have always had a relationship to the spirit world since I was a little boy. Everything from seeing ghosts, everything from angelic rescue, everything from miracles. I mean, I've seen it and experienced it all. I'm even going through some very dramatic things right now in my personal life, which you all know, which is why I will be having a paranormal investigative team come into my home the first week of next month. And I'm very excited, as you all know. I'm very scared, as you all know, because I'm just curious to know what they're going to pick up, what they're going to see, what they're going to feel, what can be captured objectively. And yeah, I'm excited, because if what I have been experiencing is something that this investigative team can capture, then I know hands down this is going to lead to a lot of breakthroughs in the study of the paranormal, of poltergeist and psychic phenomenon, in the study of consciousness and its relationship to the paranormal, etc. You guys know I consider myself to be an amateur a parapsychologist. I am very fascinated regarding the realm between psychology and spiritual phenomenon, etc. And I'm just excited and just living my best hyper spiritual life right now. You guys know I've been on a life diet since the year began, really. I minimized my inner circle. I cut off a lot of people that I love, but that I just cannot bring where I'm going, because they're just a mess. And now that I've gotten into the space where I'm happier, because I have less people getting on my nerve and I have less burdens in my life, and I've afforded myself the right to live and to be happy, which was something that I had to work on overcoming, especially as an empath, because you all know, and a lot of you in the chat are empaths, we have a superhero complex, we have a super saver hole complex. And even when we don't want to, we don't feel like it, we know it's not great for us, we tend to always put other people's needs before us. So get into a place as an empath, and then a psychic empath at that, is very difficult because it's in our nature to consider the community before we consider ourselves, to consider other people before we consider ourselves, to put the needs of the community, of the family, etc., our spouse, our children, etc., ahead of ourselves, even when everything in us is kicking against that. So you guys know that empathic dialogue and topic on this channel was very regular as well. And I realized in coming to understand my own empathic nature that I come from a long line of empaths. I didn't even know what we were or what this was. That was kind of generationally bleeding out in my own family, and I got touched with that nature, and I got that nature from my mother, and my mother got that nature from her mother, and it's just a long line of empathic folk. And what's so interesting about one of the things that really kicked my ass as an empath and really made me get myself together and to really choose a balance between the nature and my own humanity and my own peace of mind. Matter of fact, before I get into that, this is Khozmiq's Instagram page, you guys. This is my good friend and spiritual teacher and miracle worker, Khozmiq Newage. I have his information listed in the description box. So for all of you who are interested in following Khozmiq on Instagram and signing up for any of his workshops, buying any of his products, which we're going to get into tonight as well, his website is also linked in the description box as well, okay? So getting back to the empath thing, I learned that empaths have a lot of incredible output, but don't have a lot of incredible input in terms of like we give more than we receive. That's just, and that's almost on a universal level. Even empaths outside of the ones that I know personally, their life dynamic is practically the same. They are all in disproportionate relationships, and that's something a lot of empaths take personally. But I realized that that's just the nature of the gift. Like we literally have a gift of love. We have a gift of humanity. So just by specialty and expertise in terms of what we came into this world with, of course, naturally, all of our relationships are going to be disproportionate. But that's not something that has to hurt you. That's not something that has to stifle you. That's not something that you have to internalize in a negative way. But empaths are practically first responders, and they literally have careers that are oriented toward empathy, largely, whether that be empaths in the spiritual community. It's largely made up of nothing but empaths, psychics, mediums, prophets, pastors, etc. The spiritual community is wide open with empathic people employing various roles and providing various services. Once again, that's the nature of the empath, servitude, of service. Also, you can find them in nonprofit organizations. They are humanitarians, philanthropists. They oftentimes become doctors, nurses, social workers, except pretty much any like service. Something that calls for great service is typically where you're going to find empathic people at. Anything that's about going out into the larger world and contributing to the larger world is where you oftentimes going to find empathic nature at. So a lot of the empaths in my family ended up suffering a lot of health issues and sometimes even dying as a result of not knowing how to balance their nature with mental health and self-care. My mother died of an aneurysm. She was an empathic person that did not know how to balance her stress levels and did not know how to balance her worryation, as Larry would say. And this opened her up for a series of health issues like strokes and high blood. And because she didn't even know what her own nature was. We just call those people worrisome people, the people who just always burdened but yet providing, okay? Always anxious, anxiety, etc. These can all be also symptoms of being empathic. In the secular world, they diagnose these natures, but they do not recognize them. Therefore, the treatment regarding these natures can be can have a negative impact when you have a improper diagnosis. So my mom, her empathic symptoms were being treated, but her nature did not have no culture. Her nature did not have any space in the conversation, etc. Doctors could only try to regulate the symptoms thereof, and she ended up not being able to really take care of herself like she was told to and should have been able to, and not having the proper information about who she was in nature kind of just led her to do her best, but her best ended up taking her life. And my grandmother also suffers from a lot of health issues. She has low energy. Oftentimes she gets swollen feet. She's also another very loving person, but very worrisome person, always anxious, always worried about everybody, thinking about everybody, praying for everybody, burdened by everybody. And it's taking a toll on her physical health. Now, my grandma's almost 100 years old. So, you know, she got the strength of Kuta Kinte. But I know her faith. You know, my grandmother is a deeply devout Christian woman. So that has been something that has been helpful and therapeutic for her, and kind of giving her a space to ventilate some of this anxiety and some of the sadness and some of this heartbrokenness and some of this worry, etc. And so that's been, you know, something that has been a milestone in her life. And a lot of my aunts, etc., even a lot of my uncles, the males in my family, are empathic as well. My family also suffers largely from sleep deprivation. Everybody in the family damn near has to take some type of pill or medication to fall asleep. People can be up for days, and it's just because of all the internalized worryation and kind of carrying baggage and being a bag lady or being a bag man. So it's just very interesting to me. But watching all of that is what really kind of like helped me to realize that I need to take great care of myself and live a very balanced life, or else on one end, this very beautiful gift of humanity is also something that can easily be a curse. Okay, there's a thin line between giftedness and your gift also being a curse. It's equally something that can also take us up out of here if we don't take care and understand who and what we really are. So all of that, okay, and it was important for me to lay that out because it's connected to why my experience was framed and presented to me the way that it was. I want you guys to remember this when we get to my actual experience on edibles, okay? Because it is going to help you to understand why the divine showed up the way that it did in my experience. Because as an empath, my whole life, I walked around as a misfit. Even when I was fitting in, I still felt like a misfit. I always felt like a foreigner in life. I never quite felt comfortable. I always felt odd. I always experienced myself as odd. And so there was always this hole that was in my soul. I didn't know exactly what home was, but I knew where being in the physical was not that. I knew that much. I ain't know what home felt like. But I know existing in a body and existing in 3D dimensional space, I always felt alien or foreign or an outsider to this dimension, always. Even when I was in great friendships, even when I was in great relationships, even though I had a loving family, it was never enough to make me feel acquainted with life. So just keep that in mind, because all that's going to be important when I go into my experience. Now, Khozmiq, if there's anything you want to say to any of the stuff I just said, you are more than welcome to. If not, I want to move into talking about cannabis and edibles and all of that kind of good stuff. But is there anything that you heard that you want to chime in on before we get there?
You know, you always frame things so well, but I think that it is worth underlining that those spiritual propensities, such as being an empath or whatever your cultural framework for those kinds of experiences are, that does take an effect on the body. It's not just limited to something you just feel in your energy or intuition or what have you, that there is going to be a physiological response and a physiological relationship to your spiritual abilities, your spiritual, gifts, etc. And I think that it is the better part of wisdom to be just as conscious, I guess, just as conscious about our physicality and our physiology as we are about our spirituality and the spiritual things and the relationship between the two. So I'm glad that you brought that point up.
Yeah, that's a regular theme conversation here. And I'm so happy to have created a space where so many conversations around being empathic are able to be had, and lots of empathic people are able to share and chime in and add to the exploration of the subject, because I came up in an era where there was no information, especially being in the Black community. The only thing that I had was Christianity. The conversations were not nuanced around spiritual natures and spiritual gifts, and definitely not anything that could not be emphatically pointed out in the scripture. So it being in a space now where I get to give and create something that in some way, shape, or form can make a difference for other people and provide some type of community and reference for other people like myself and others, it really joys my heart, because so many of us had to figure it out on our own. And because we were left on our own, things got dark really quick. And a lot of us made a lot of horrible decisions and did not know any better, and out of ignorance traumatized ourselves because we just didn't know what we were dealing with when it came to ourselves. We didn't know what we were dealing with as it relates to what the dynamics would look like for us and the way in which we lived and how the world would show back up to us. And one of the most incredibly dark-sided and dangerous things about the empathic nature is you attract some of the sickest, most disturbed people. Everything from narcissists to sociopaths to psychopaths. I mean, just the most toxic, broken people. It's like you are walking around as a living hospital. And so, of course, hospitals and doctors attract the broken. They attract those in need. But when you don't know that and you're just living your life attempting to be a regular person and fall in love like everybody else and go outsource for friends and community like everybody else, you don't know that there's also some other part of you that's going to specifically attract certain people out there in the world. You don't know that. And not knowing that has led to a lot of empathic people, unfortunately, being on the extreme dark side of the empathic nature. It led to their lives being taken. It led to them being unalived by people that they love and they let into their life. It led to some lifelong mental injuries, such as trauma, etc. And that's why it's so important to just have the conversations. Also, empaths, and I know this to be true for myself and so many other people that I know with this nature, is the way we sacrifice also can lead us to a lot of really negative consequences, because we give ourselves away fully. We make the most naive and gullible of decisions as it relates to the people that we love, and allow them to put us in positions that end up hurting our lives in various ways. Because we go to the extreme to love others and to sacrifice for others, not knowing any better. And it's a very dynamic lifestyle, and information is essential to one's salvation in general, but definitely for empathic people. what you don't know will and can destroy you as an empath. That knowledge is absolutely necessary. Yes, high vibes. That intuition is important as well, but that's something that we have. And see, obedience is what's necessary. That's the baseline thing that I realize is necessary is obedience, because our heart nature will even allow us to override our intuition. Like, it took me to enter into my mid-30s for me to finally submit to my own intuition. I always heard my intuition. My intuition always communicated with me. It was always that passenger in the car for me. But learning to be obedient to it took a lot, because I led from my heart. I lived from my heart. I made decisions from my heart, not from my intuition. And continuously getting my ass whooped and whooped and whooped and whooped and whooped and whooped. It took 33, 34 years of ass whoopings, of life ass whoopings, for me to finally just bow down to the princess, bow down to the queen, honey, bow down to the divine feminine, which was my intuition, and realize that this baby was always going to tell me what was necessary to be told, and instruct me in a way that was in the best interest of myself and others. But that old adage that the heart wants what the heart wants, and empaths do not have a filter on the heart like everyday people. Empaths are literally like chained to their heart and enslaved to their heart. And so it takes a lot of manual, willful labor in order to push against that. It's not something that will lessen in time. It's not something that eases up in time. You have to manually, mentally, and emotionally, consciously war with, reconcile, balance, and challenge your heart capacity. And I think there's a lot of empathic people who still think that, like, over time it'll just fall out of the sky, like the wisdom, the maturity. It won't. You will die a fool. You will die a fool, and you will be a fool in your 40s. You'll be a fool in your 50s. You'll be a fool in your 70s. You'll be a fool in your 100s. You will die a fool. It's never going to ease up. That's what makes your position as an empath super unique. Because none of that natural shit is going to happen if you don't educate yourself and you don't implement a check and balance system because of your nature. More than likely, you're just going to be doomed by it. And it's not all bad either. Being an empath, you also attract some really extreme love experiences. Those experiences typically are the experiences that encourage us even more to be naive and to see people's humanity, because we know that humanity is there, and we've seen that humanity fully manifested, which inspires our work and our dealings and our mercy and our endless compassion for others, because we've seen it fully manifested, and it makes a believer out of us. So that's a whole conversation when it comes to empaths. Except I could literally talk about this subject for an eternity. I mean, I could unload on the empathic thing eternally. It's never enough conversation that I can have about the empath thing. But this is not about that. This is about God and being high as hell. Okay, so moving into this conversation now, Khozmiq, you are a Bible scholar and you study various religions and spiritualities and spiritual forms, etc. We're also living in this day and age where cannabis and CBD oil and all of this has become legalized in many states. So the country is having a kind of rebirth as it relates to the subject of marijuana, etc. We also know that there's a generation of people amongst us who are just experimental in nature. They're doing everything from shrooms to angel dust to ecstasy, and so many psychedelic substances are kind of becoming a part of a certain sector of our country's a certain part of our country. So what, from the religious and spiritual context, what have you found to be the relationship throughout different parts of history when it comes to any religion or spiritual paths and marijuana, cannabis, or even ayahuasca, which I have also had my own experience of ayahuasca as well, which I know has a long history amongst indigenous and tribal people, etc. But what is your perception and understanding of that relationship between spirit and those things?
So I guess I would start by saying that observing oneself and that the various stimulus that we come in contact with all throughout the day, whether we are ingesting them or injecting them or inhaling them or what have you, they are having an effect upon us. And sometimes those effects go beyond just physiological, as we mentioned earlier. I guess we're really still in this conversation of this interplay between the spiritual body and the physical body, the physiology. So we are stimulated by so many things throughout the day that has an effect upon us physically, and that also has an effect upon us mentally or internally, and that also can have an effect upon us spiritually. And so hallucinogens, psychedelics, psychoactives, however you want to call them, are really no different. They're really no different. I think that we may be particularly sensitive to them within a certain band or range of experiences. So they tend to bring more numinous, more transcendental, more awe-inspiring kind of experiences, experiences of spiritual flight, sky journeys, meeting other beings, etc.
Yes. After my experience, particularly with this edible last year, I am a component that every damn church needs to be high as hell. Like, it transformed my thinking, because prior to this edible experience, I had lighter experiences of being in a transcendental state, such as my ayahuasca experience from a few years ago. And then I touched on weed here and there after that. And my experiences with weed were pretty mild as well. Like I had the typical chuckle and the typical airy fairy feeling, and had very pleasant experiences. Nothing super dramatic on weed, and I'm terrible at smoking to begin with. So and then my ayahuasca experience was pretty dramatic, but there was such a therapeutic outcome from partaking in ayahuasca. I was going through a terribly wicked and dark heartbreak in my life. Me and my twin flame relationship had completely collapsed and imploded, and it had a very deep impact on me as a person, and I just couldn't overcome all of the other questions that it opened me up to, because it bled out just from being about us. It made me challenge a lot of other things, and that led to like 8 months of depression, and I just couldn't shake this hole and this kind of despair And that despair kind of turned into just total numbness, and then I just couldn't feel anything for months. I just didn't feel anything, and that almost was worse than feeling bad. Feeling nothing was worse than feeling bad. And I remember I just knew I could not go on like this. I was not willing to. I had promised myself that I wouldn't go on like this, that I refused to live not feeling anything. I would rather not be alive than to not be able to feel something. And so as a last ditch effort, that's when I entertained doing ayahuasca, and I went to a spiritual retreat and had a shaman who hosted my experience, and it was incredible. And I'm not going to get into that because that's a long story as well. I want to stick to my last year experience of edibles, but from there it recalibrated my brain, my intellect, my mind, my emotions, and I was able to re-enter my life on the pathway to healing. And that wasn't accessible to me for some reason in my sober state. The ayahuasca kind of, I guess, dissolved whatever the blockages were and made the part of my psyche that was necessary for my healing visible and tangible and available to me. And I was able to latch on kind of to a ladder or a rope that was being extended to me that was able to lead me to my freedom. And so I had a lot of respect for ayahuasca and understood why it is something that was so sought after. And it was just incredible to understand, even on a psychological level, how powerful this plant was in mental healing and emotional healing. And so that is definitely what made me more open to experimenting with marijuana, etc. I was always turned off from substances of any kind because my stepfather particularly, was like a cokehead and an alcoholic. And we had to go through a lot of stuff with him growing up. My mom smoked cigarettes, and she also eventually started smoking marijuana toward the last like 3-4 years of her life. So I was always turned off by any cigarettes, drinking, etc. Because I had seen like the worst of it and seen kind of like the unpleasant side of it. I never saw those things done in a way that made people productive. I never saw the uplifting part of it. It was always used as a coping or as a defense mechanism that ultimately turned into a codependency and an addiction. So I just couldn't with the whole substance shit. It just never made sense to me. But after ayahuasca, it really opened me up to kind of understanding the other side of how these things could be used and what they could do for one's life. Anything you want to say before we move into last year?
Yeah, actually, there's something I do want to say. I think that we deal with these plant medicines and this thin line between a drug and a medicine. I think that's worth. I think you've brought that out powerfully. I also wanted to just shine a spotlight on the way you approach the medicine, right, is very powerful and very profound. It's also going to lend to how the medicine is going to engage with you. I have a personal opinion, and I know you really get these from me on your platform. But I have a personal opinion that a lot of many, I should say, of these bad experiences are from people whose approach to the medicine was not the best approach. And they've kind of activated some of the self-defense mechanisms of the plant. Right, leading to all these other kinds of issues. And some plant medicines, they have a context for being used. They really should be done in their organic setting with that community, with those prescribed practitioners, with those elders and those priests and so on, with all the proper songs, the proper chanting, the proper fasting, that all of those requirements, I think, should be maintained to get the medicine from the plant. I've been hearing a lot. You mentioned earlier in the prologue about people doing mushrooms and things like that. I was speaking to a young man maybe a few weeks ago, and we were having this discussion that a lot of these plant medicines, quote unquote, people aren't having the experiences that the elders who used them did. And I'm not just talking about because they're hybridized now or whatever, but because our approach to them is so much more profane, so much more recreational than maybe it had been before. Or let me say this, not recreational, let me say profane and secular. There's not a sacredness about the approach to the plant medicine. And that's whether it's cannabis, ayahuasca, or tobacco.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. Absolutely. As a Christian mystic, do you think because I know who was the recent pastor who was talking about growing a cannabis in the backyard of the church and teaching the young Black boys in the community on how to raise it and grow it and ultimately sell it and kind of turn it into a lucrative business, etc. Is it a Brian Carn? A Con? It was one of those Black ministers. But what do you think about the Christian like Christianity, since most Black Americans are a Christian? Do you think that the conversations could be broader and could be more inclusive of things like ayahuasca, marijuana, etc.? Or
I always think things could happen. I think that's a possibility. I think it's improbable in the current climate of the church. I think there's a lot of other conversations the church needs to be having, even more prevalent than that. And I think those other conversations will make that conversation either much easier or even a non-issue. But I do think it's possible. In fact, there's a
do
book,
you
if I
think
can
that
make a
it's
recommendation.
necessary? Like, would you personally like to see or think that it's important for the church to be capable of that dialogue or even implementing those things as spiritual tools and resources, like for you personally?
Well, I would say I'll just share something personal. Um, about a year or so ago, I was actually leading an initiative,
Mm,
getting information, research, building presentations to present something like this to the company of prophets that I'm a part of and that I'm accountable to. And, showing really, as I was going to mention this book about marijuana in the Bible, I think is a fantastic read. I took my personal temple through it. I think we went a series of about 9 weeks or so, walking through that book step by step. It was fantastic for them. It wasn't necessarily to be like, let's just give random license to this, but to entreat the conversation. And it freed a lot of people. It was powerfully liberating because it freed them from a lot of shame and guilt and embarrassment and a lot of social ideas that became biblical doctrine. But when I took that to present before uh, my company of prophets, and particularly to my master prophet, he did not give his support on it, right? Um, he didn't give his support, and that's just not a conversation that they want to have right now.
and do you think that that had more to do with a generational gap?
I think it did. I think it did. I think it also, what type of framework were you going to present this in? I think it was a lot. I also think he probably wanted a lot more to already have been in place before I even brought my presentation. It was like even my starting point wasn't really the best starting point. We had to, like I said before, there's so many previous conversations, you're right. Um, Before we even get to this, we've got to have a verification of spiritual phenomenon. We've got to talk about what does the presence of God feel like and why. What is the relationship between that and the brain? What is trance in the Bible? Even before we get into plant-inducing types of trances and things like that. So personally, I wanted to make it permissible for my prophets to be in a flow while lifted, and my mentor said no. That's something that's gonna be that's gonna be permissible. But I know a number of prophets who prophesy, sharp, very precise, they're in the flow and they're slain in the spirit. But that assists them in getting into that state. And that's why I said there are some other conversations that must be had. And if I can just say this and I'll close. For example, you're asking me from my church background and all of that. If we talk about trance, and we use Elisha as an example of getting into a realm, we like to call it the prophetic realm. And Elisha called for something external to himself. He called for a minstrel. He called for a type of musician to play a certain kind of melody that'll make it easier for him to lean in, tap into, hear the voice of God, whatever language you want to put around it. And so we can say, okay, these are other historical ways that this has been done. Cannabis is strongly used, of course, in the not only in the anointing oil that was poured literally on the priest, but it was not only on the priest, but upon all of the temple, furnishings. It was in the incense that was burned twice a day. I'm talking about copious amounts of cannabis. So I definitely think there's a discussion for it, my stance upon it, but I think the church has other conversations she's going to need to have before. Yeah.
For sure. Absolutely. Great point. You guys know I use the word, I talk about ayahuasca all the time. So for those who were asking what plant was I referring to that helped me to deal and move forward in my life after extreme breakdown, was ayahuasca. And ayahuasca is a South American psychoactive and entheogenic brewed drink traditionally used both socially and as a ceremonial or shamanic spiritual medicine amongst the indigenous peoples of the Amazon basin, and more recently in North America and Europe. Okay, you can take ayahuasca, like they said, as a brew. That's traditionally really how it's used, made into a tea, etc. And I don't even think ayahuasca is legal in the United States, aside from shamans, and I know some Buddhist temples are allowed legally to have a certain amount of it and to distribute it accordingly. But outside of kind of like those exceptions, ayahuasca is not a legal substance in the country, etc., which is why a lot of people, they travel outside of the US. They even go down to Mexico, to New Mexico, etc., to partake in these things. Now, somebody wanted to ask, when you were speaking earlier, Cosmic, about the approach to these plant-based substances and experiences. Kiwana said, is he saying people aren't using them for the correct reasons, or the way they were meant to be used? I mean, yeah, essentially he was saying that based upon how you show up, it's going to have a lot to do with what becomes. But you can speak to that if you want to clarify more, Cosmic.
Yeah, I think you put it perfectly. I think how you engage with the plant is going to determine the ways in which that plant engages with you, right? And so if you're coming at it from an abusive standpoint, you're going to find that the plant's going to make abuse of you as a self-defense response, such as addiction, such as poor health, such as lethargy, such as a lack of vigor in life, and so on and so on and so on and so on and so forth. I believe that a number of these things that cause all of the crises that we see around addiction are often because of their approach. I think that what we're seeing with the opioid crisis, for example, when we're going in and trying to synthesize everything, strip the life out of everything, we want to abuse and molest and rape any natural thing we can find. Well, some of the people in power like to do, I should say.
Mhm.
And so the plant kingdom responds back, or you get this kind of hybridization where the thing has no life. And so that in of itself corrupts within the body, because the body is an organism. It's, I remember, just to make this parable here, there was a movie, Transformers. They were trying to make a transformer from scratch, from the scrap metal. And when they made him, he was doing things that they had never seen before. And one of the main transformers was like, "What is wrong with you?" And the answer is, "I have no soul." So I think a lot of plant material that's become synthesized through big pharma and so on has lost the soul of the plant. Or when we approach these organic plant material, we don't do it in a soulful way.
Yes. Miss Lady
If I can
D.
ask, what species of what species rather of ayahuasca did you experience?
I don't remember. My experience was what, 4 years ago. I don't remember what species. I know what species of damn edibles I was on. But I have to look through my email because I have an email that had like all my information from the retreat and all the details in it. Um, so I don't know what species of ayahuasca. But to Miss Lady J's part, ayahuasca makes you have an ego death, right? Yes. Typically, and this is what can make a lot of people's experience very nightmarish, and very hellish, and kind of perceivably negative. And I say perceivably negative because in certain sectors of the spiritual community, we don't really have there's no such thing as positive or negative. Experiences are experiences, and all experiences have redeemable qualities ultimately in them. Just like going to a doctor and getting a so-called bad news. Yeah, it's bad news to the ego, of course, to be told that you are sickle cell, or that you're diabetic, or that you have cancer, etc. But also, right, there's a redeeming quality in that bad news, because information is the pathway to healthiness and to betterment. Information is liberation. So we kind of take that same approach to so-called negative spiritual experiences. While they can be perceived that way, ultimately they are embedded with all type of data that's necessary for you to consider and for you to analyze and to go down the rabbit hole of. Because if Mother Ayahuasca is revealing something to you and it's painful or hard, which are experiences that people have had with ayahuasca, their childhood trauma comes up, things they've suppressed in their soul. Mother Ayahuasca will open the doors of those chambers and the treasure boxes, and the dark part of your diary are things that you will be subjected to, possibly while undergoing a ayahuasca experience. And obviously that can lead you to your shadow work, and that can lead you to reconciling the underbelly of the type of choices you make, which are informed by things that are in your subconscious, things that your unconscious behavior, things that you do out of habit, but that you don't necessarily understand the context of. You kind of just translate them on the surface as, "This is just who I am." Well, everything that we do is influenced by something, is the result of something, is the byproduct of something. And if you obviously are even partaking in ayahuasca, it's because you're in trouble. Because most people, what attracts them to ayahuasca is their pain, or is the dysfunction of their life, is some sense of deep unhappiness, confusion, alienation, a lack of a, a purpose, a idleness in one's life. So yeah, ayahuasca can, because I want to be careful about the way I frame this. Ayahuasca can, I don't want to say it can traumatize you, but it can reveal you to your trauma. And that's why I do not necessarily encourage people to do ayahuasca and then haul ass. You need to have a plan in place. Kind of like being a Christian. You know, I wouldn't encourage somebody just to go get saved. I never do. When I'm talking to people about salvation and Jesus and all of that and the so-called Christian walk, I am one of those teachers who talk to you about the good and the bad. I'm one of those teachers that tells you that everything that glitters ain't gold, and that to become a Christian and to allow Christ into your life is going to come with you bearing a cross. It opens you up to attack. It puts you on the radar. It puts you on the radar of the enemy, of the prince of this world. And you need to be fully informed so that you have appropriated expectations and know what's all in store. And while there is beautiful and amazing and divine and life-changing things that will take place in your spiritual walk, regardless of what faith you are a part of and affiliated with, that also you need to understand that you become a soldier, whether you like it or not. When you choose to raise your vibration by any means in which you do that, whether you do that through religion, whether you do that through spirituality, whether you do that, in this case, through ayahuasca, anytime that you are dealing with your consciousness and you're dealing with these kind of like transformative ideas, like these psychedelics or like religion, etc., it's an invitation into an entirely different world, and there are entirely different rules of engagement, and there's entirely different levels of danger and perceived danger when it comes to elevation. So for new levels come new devils. We live in the dimension of polarity, and the law of a polarity applies to our human lives, etc. And so the law of opposites is something that we always need to be aware of. And once again, it's information. The reality or the full scope or even the negative side effects of any action or religion or substance, it's just for the sake of information, not something that you have to be intimidated by or something that's used to fearmonger, but something that's just for the sake of raising your awareness so that you can implement as much infrastructure and preparation as possible to make sure that you can endure the journey, or that you at least know what to expect and what the possibilities are, and you can put things in place to deal with that. So when it comes to ayahuasca, which deals with the deepest part of our subconscious cells and all of the things that are hidden there, and I'm talking about the things that are in the subconscious self don't just apply to your life. We're talking about things that are intergenerationally transferred through cellular memory that are also embedded within the subconscious mind, things that are a part of your lineage, things that have happened to your tribe members. The trauma, this inflammation is all in the subconscious self, and ayahuasca has the power to unveil and snatch the curtain back and reveal things that you didn't even have any idea were there, that once again are also informative and can help you to understand why you operate and behave in a way that you do, whether you learned that in the earlier formative years of your life, or whether these are generational patterns, etc. So it can be eyes wide open. And yeah, a lot of people who have had like very traumatizing experiences, have kind of entered into a psychosis as a result of ayahuasca. You always will have that group of people who took angel dust or partake in ecstasy or even ayahuasca that have had kind of like a psychotic break. And those were people who did not have the information. Nobody chose to preparate them. Nobody chose to, tell them about the far outs and the more long-term effects of what a ayahuasca experience could lead to. And a lot of those people just did not have the emotional and mental infrastructure to really understand their negative experiences, and therefore were overcome by what was revealed to them in those experiences, and led to them being deeply traumatized and mentally ill as a result. And it's unfortunate, which is why we have to take our time in these discussions like we're doing now, and have to really talk and be very information forward, because information is necessary, once again, especially when it comes to your mind and the power of your mind and the impact of these things on your mind, on your soul, etc. The more you know, the better. Anything that you want to add to that, Cosmic?
No, actually, you were very thorough. I'm glad you put the disclaimer in there. You were very thorough.
Okay, so moving into my experience. Once again, Cosmic is somebody that I called in the aftermath of my experience, and I laid out everything I said prior.
More like the aftershock.
Yeah, the aftershock of my experience. I laid out everything I laid out about empaths and all for a reason, because it'll help you to understand why God showed up, why spirit or the divine showed up the way that it did. So I went on vacation last year to Philly, and from Philly, I spent like 3 days in Atlantic City, which was absolutely amazing and gorgeous. Atlantic City is definitely a place for tourism, beaches, eateries, casinos galore. I mean, it's just it's the land of the turn up. Okay, it's where you turn up at. Okay, and I had made a promise to myself year before last that I would start traveling more, that I would, really take a good look at this planet, whether it's spherical or flat. Okay. This dome of the rock that we are living upon, that I would take a deeper look at it, and that I wanted to really have that experience before I expired and transitioned out of this earth. So when my old friend invited me out, I was like, sure, let's do it. Okay. So while in Atlantic City, now this particular old friend, he is a pothead, so he smokes on a regular, etc. He had wanted to go to a dispensary that was in Atlantic City, and he was like, I'm going to get you some gummies. And I was like, okay, cool. Because I came to Philly to just get in it. Like, what's the point of going on vacation if you ain't going vacation? So I'm just like, everything I don't normally do in my regular life, because I have, a lot of responsibilities and a lot of things I got to take care of. And, the things that are just not conducive for the lifestyle I live every day are the things that I'm going to give myself permission to do while I'm on vacation. So I'm like, let's do it, honey. And, he had bought himself a lot of good shit, and then he had bought us like 2 packs of these gummies. I'm going to put these gummies on the screen here. Let me share my screen super quick. Please thumbs up the video. Told you guys we are all purpose platform here, honey. We get into it all: spiritual conversation, the metaphysics, astrotheology, astrology. We do it all, baby. There's nothing that we don't do here on Consciouztv. Okay, so this is what he purchased. Okay, on the screen here. Cha. Hey, intersex. Hey, boo. Okay. And the name of this particular group of gummies was called Valhalla. Now, mind you, I didn't even think to look this name up. I had no idea what it meant. I didn't even look at the package too much because I knew I wouldn't have known what the hell I was even reading to begin with. I just knew they were edibles and you was gonna get high. That's all I knew. Okay. These are strawberry lemonade, soft launch. Is it? Yeah, strawberry lemonade, soft lodges. Am I pronouncing that right?
Is it lozenges?
Lozenges, I guess.
I can't
And
see,
these
but that might be
are,
what it is.
I'm looking at the physical pack, but I'm looking at the shit in the dark. Because I still have what was left over, which I think there's about 10 gummies that come per, I don't know, is it per? Let me see. These are 40 grams, and this is sativa. Okay. And the THC in this is 0.24%, and the CB, what is this? What am I? Hold on, let me get some light in here. And the CBG is 0.02%. Okay. And there is 9.6 milligrams of THC per serving and 10 servings per package, 96 milligram THC per package. Okay. Now at the bottom, as you guys can see here, the very bottom, it gives a disclaimer. This is a high potent product and may increase your risk for psychosis. The intoxicating effects of this product may be delayed by 2 or more hours. We're going to get into that too. Now, when I came back home after this experience, I, went around to all of my drug head friends, okay? And I asked them, is this even enough to have caused what I experienced to have happened to me? And everybody who looked at these numbers on this package was like, no, this is kind of standard. You really shouldn't have had the level of experience that you had. But in reanalyzing and revisiting my experience, I think there was one single-handed act that occurred after I ingested these gummies that actually drew the line in the sand between my experience and other people's experience, because I also went to a website that hosted these gummies, etc., and I looked at the reviews, and a lot of people did not. Some people had what you would call a traditional religious or spiritual experience, but overall, people just felt good. This helped to induce sleep. And people just felt A positive, on these. It was nothing that really stood out. So I was like, okay, that's interesting. Now, keep in mind the name. The name is Valhalla. Okay, Valhalla is very interesting because my experience was deeply heavenly. I had a very heavenly, almost Blessed Mother Mary experience. And when I looked up Valhalla and what it meant, I said, my God, today, this brand of edibles completely matched the damn energy of my experience. Guess what Valhalla is, you guys? Okay, you guys can see this on the screen. Let's look to the right of the screen. Valhalla is a Norse mythology. In Norse mythology, Valhalla is the anglicized name for Old Norse Valhall. It is described as a majestic hall located in Asgard and presided over by the god Odin. Half of those who die in combat enter Valhalla, while the other half are chosen by the goddess Frajaza to reside in Folk Vangar, or however the hell you pronounce that. Essentially, that Valhalla is a is a dimension where fallen soldiers, where heroes went to. It was their afterlife experience. And from there, they were received by the god Odin, which I find to be very fascinating. Now, before I go further, I have a question for you, Khozmiq. Because I also remember showing you this package and showing you the numbers on this edible. And I remember you weren't necessarily impressed either by the percentage of THC, all of that good stuff. What are your thoughts about these numbers?
Can you put it back up on the screen? I wasn't even able to really get a
Okay.
clear look. Maybe
I
it's
can read it
I'm on my
because
phone.
I can read it because you ain't gonna be able to see it on the screen either. But it is 40 grams, and the THC amount in these edibles is 0.24% in each gummy, and the CBG? The CBG is 0.002% per gummy. So 0.24% of THC and CBG is 0.002%.
Well, I guess maybe, if this is, like you say, kind of your first time, then there might be a sensitivity there. But like I said, full disclosure, I've never done gummies before. Let me just put that on the record also.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm the farthest expert from this. But yeah, that doesn't sound impressive to me. That doesn't scream anything. Whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Hold on. This
And
might
that was
have you high enough to see God.
right. And that was the experience of everybody. Everybody I talked to was like really shook that I had the level of experience that I did, but I think I know why. So Intersect said, how many did you have? I took 2. So the guy at the dispensary recommended that me and my ex-friend take 2 gummies. I'm not gonna say ex-friend. Told me and my friend to take 2 per serving. Okay, so you take 2, and if you don't feel the effects of it within 45 minutes, double. Take another 2. Take another set of 2. So it's Atlantic City. This is our second day in
Oh,
Atlantic
wow.
City. Or what?
No, one
What?
thing I do know about edibles, even from not having experienced them, I do know they are creepers. And I know that
They
that
do.
with
Yes,
all
they are.
edible eaters, I have heard say, you don't want to take 2. It's one of those things, if you don't feel it right now, don't go back and say, oh, it didn't work. You know.
That's exactly what they did. They crept. So this is the second day in Atlantic City because we got there that afternoon. We had a great time on the road because Atlantic City was only like an hour from Philly, or from where we were in Philly, and I got to see like these beautiful bridges. It was just gorgeous. It was a great journey even to Atlantic City. And you could see kind of that total, we ain't in Kansas anymore, even from the bridge. Like you could see the skyline of Atlantic City. It was given everything. And we went to this very expensive, high-end, gorgeous hotel that also had a casino. In it had a lot of high-end stores in it, Gucci, Louis, etc. I mean, it was a whole mall inside the bottom level of the hotel, which is where you enter. So you got the casino to the right, and then you got the stores and outlets and eateries to the left, and the cafeteria. I mean, it was just amazing. And so we set out to go to the dispensary. He says, I want to get you gummies. I'm like, okay, cool. So then we go back to the hotel because we were going to eat, and then we were going to edible. But we couldn't find anything in the restaurants, in the hotels that we wanted. It was like, we kind of want some seafood, let's do some crab, some lobsters, So we decided to go back out into the city. Now, once we were in the car, parked in the parking garage, that's when my friend was like, we should take the edibles now. And it was just turning 5 o'clock. I remember it. I remember everything like it was yesterday. So I pulled out the gummies, and he's like, okay, give me 2 and you take 2. And then it was like 5 o'clock. So we said, okay, if nothing happens by 5:45, then we'll take another 2. I'm like, okay, cool. Like, I'm totally game. You're like, I am not a party pooper. Like, I be with the shits. Okay. So I'm like, cool. So I hand him 2. He takes it. He hands, and I give myself 2. And the back of the package, I think it tells you to like chew them up really good, like bite them to as many pieces, put it all in between your teeth, just make sure that you really have that thing like bitten down to a molecular level. Like, you just want to make sure it's smeared all in the inner walls of your mouth, etc. So we chew them up real good, okay? And he tells me that he has taken edibles before, but he's never experienced anything on fucking edible, like not nothing. But he also would have a high tolerance because he smokes every day. So his body, his internal system would be well adapted to, you know, these substances. Me, not much. I'm practically still a virgin because I've only, after my ayahuasca experience, I only like smoked literally here and there, probably once a year, over the past 3-4 years. So, practically a virgin. So take them, and then we pull off and we go into the city, honey. And we in the city, we just driving, cruising, taking our time too. We ain't in no rush, you know, we just doing us. And I don't feel anything initially, or I didn't think what I was feeling was a part of the experience. About 25-30 minutes into the experience, I started like dozing off. I'm talking about like falling forward, catching myself, having to like jerk myself awake. At this point, though, I don't connect this to the cannabis. I mean, to the edible experience. Matter of fact, I'm not even thinking about why I'm sleepy. I'm not questioning why I'm sleepy. I'm just assumed that maybe the traveling and all of that and being up all night and just, you know how it is when you're having a good time or whatever. I'm just like, okay, my body just must be catching up or whatever. I'm not thinking much of it. Matter of fact, I always do this. I always get here before I get to the first. Was it the first phenomenon? No, it wasn't. No, yeah. So I'm like dozing off. So we're on our way heading back to the hotel because at this point we ain't found nothing we want to eat. So we're just gonna choose something from the hotel or whatever the case may be. So we're like heading, and we're on this road that like you can see the hotel way at the end of the road. It's like way down there, like maybe 2 miles down, but maybe like a mile down or whatever. And so we just on the straight cruise through the city, and I'm like falling asleep, but then I keep jerking myself awake. And I have a very high tolerance for resistant sleep because I have involuntary out-of-body experiences that I'm used to fighting off. I don't like to astral project when they're involuntary. I like to like choose when I come out of my body. So I'm used to like fighting sleep paralysis and fighting against sleep and being able to like break my sleep paralysis experience, etc. So the sleep mechanism has met its match with me. So I'm in this car fighting this mechanism that's trying to like get me to go under. I'm just like fighting awake. Like I'm not going to bed. Like I'm on vacation, bitch. Like I ain't drive an hour out of my way to miss nothing. I'm not going to bed, miss sleep. Okay. And she was trying to take me out. I'm talking about it was equivalent to me fighting anesthesia. Like that's how strong the sleep mechanism was. Like for every jerk that I would like jerk myself awake, I would then like fall right back under, but catch myself. So I was like doing a gas break in the passenger seat where I'm like jerking myself back into lucidity. And so my body now, and I think this was the single act that caused me to have the level of dramatics that happened. I was supposed to fall asleep. Like traditionally, I'm supposed to go with the sleep. And that's what all the reviews were saying. It put them to sleep. They had the best sleep of their life. You guys probably know people who take edibles to put them to sleep. I know I have a lot of Conscious crew members who, you know, take edibles to go to bed to fight insomnia. But in this case, I was overriding the sleep mechanism rather than surrendering to it. This caused my third eye to simultaneously impose itself within the same space that my natural physical eyes were in. So now I'm dually experiencing the other side and physical reality. And I can see them and experience them and discern them both equally. I'm not like more crammed into one dimension than the other. I can completely see the distinction between both realities, and I know what's physical and what's not, and have both my physical awareness and have my spiritual awareness. Both the inner man and the cardinal man are completely awakened. We awake. We outside now. So after I've successfully overwritten the sleep mechanism, I began to laugh hysterically. That was the next symptom that I was high. I'm laughing hysterically, and my friend not making it no better because he know I don't get high, and he see that I am full of goofy ass energy, and now he talking all this shit, and he telling all these jokes, and it is like sending me. I'm talking about it is sending me to the point I'm hanging out of the passenger window with my seatbelt on, laughing, gasping for air. Like it was untakeable laughter. Like I am screaming and hollering in the passenger seat, and every little thing is costing me to burst out into this hysterical laughter. I mean, it is the laughter of all laughter. And I am just like, I'm just out of myself at this point. I mean, I am just gone, completely intoxicated in laughter. And my friend was he recording me. We have the footage. But once again, I'm gonna save that for my Super Soul production of this experience, honey. Like he is just amplifying and escalating every fucking thing by talking shit and telling jokes. I'm like leaning down between my legs, laughing. I'm huffing and puffing for breath. I am just like, girl, I just full of fucking laughter. So he driving, he recording me. We're having a good time in the car, and then the laughter like finally comes to a nice closing halt, like a soft pull up into the driveway. Okay, so finally, like I'm coming down from this laughter, and so I'm trying, like, so at this point now I know I'm high because the laughter, I did not associate the sleep thing I was going through with the high. I thought that was just me being tired, but now I know that was a part of the experience too. I had overwritten that mechanism. Now I'm laughing. Now I know that I'm high because I this is a unnatural high. I mean, a unnatural laughter. This is unnatural funny. There's nothing natural about this funny. I'm like, I'm hysterically laughing for no fucking reason, just out of my mind and laughter. And everything is making me laugh. Everything, everybody, everything on the sidewalk. How do people dress? How do people walk in the sky, the sun? Everything got me bursting into it. I'm hysterically laughing at the world, like just laughing. And so it finally softens up. And at this point, I'm like, okay, bitch, you're high, girl. Okay, control, girl. You got to focus, bitch, okay? And I can feel it now. I can feel this, like, density. I can feel, like, the squinty eye shit started. Like, my eyes started to close, like a garage door. Like I started getting the geeky eyes. I'm like, oh bitch, here we go, bitch. I'm fucking high. Like I'm out of my mind. I'm high. So my eyes, and I can feel like this force that was like squinting my eyes. Like this was not a natural squint. Like there was a force that was squinting my eyes. And because I'm a metaphysician and I'm also a spiritualist, I was like, I know why this was happening. This symbolizes the fact that my inner eye is awakening. I don't need natural eyesight for what is about to occur. So my pineal gland is thriving and throbbing. My third eye is now opening, and as a result, my natural eyes are needing to receive less light, because inner light is what I'm about to use for what's about to manifest. So I'm trying to like stay focused, because I can feel all of the physiological effects of being high. I can feel the density in my body. I can feel the squintiness of my eyes. I know that I'm getting all, my body is getting all geared up and getting information, as Beyonce would say. My body is getting information, baby, to be, how my friend said it, I was not high. I was what's the other word for it when you high? I was not wasted. Stoned.
Stoned?
Stoned. Yes, I was about to be stoned, y'all. I'm talking about it's completely, there ain't no higher beyond the high that I got. So now I'm trying to focus. So I'm like, yo, I want to play a song for you, because your car got a nice like little boom system. I want to see how this song sounds on your stereo system. So he's like, okay, put it on. So I put on Nicki Minaj, Seeing Green, which was featured on her Beam Me Up Scotty mixtape re-release, and it also had Lil Wayne and Drake on it.
It's pretty fitting.
And right, I ain't even think about it then. Beam Me Up Scotty. The mixtape. So I'm
just
playing
like Valhalla.
Right, just like Valhalla. I didn't see how it all synchronistically be making sense, but I didn't even think about those details. So I had it in my spirit, man, for whatever reason, to want to put on a song from Beam Me Up Scotty. And so I put the music on. Man, the system is systeming. But let me tell you how I knew I was high. Because when Lil Wayne started rapping, everything he was saying became my 3D experience. All of a sudden, I was in a classroom, and Lil Wayne was the teacher. And he had on baggy pants with his boxer showing, no shirt. He had on reading glasses, his hair in a ponytail. He had a ruler. And he was explaining the meaning of every verse that he was rapping. And I was second row in the classroom by myself, watching Lil Wayne teach me the hidden meanings of his verses as he's rapping. And I'm having this physically, like I'm physically in the classroom with Lil Wayne. I'm talking about, I can see every color, every detail of the room, the desk, the books, every circumference of the room I can describe. This is a totally visualistic, animated ass experience that I'm having, okay? And so I'm like, but the thing about it is I had conscious awareness. So I knew I was having another experience in some other plane of existence. I knew my physical body was in the car with my friend. I knew I was seat belted in the passenger seat. Like I told you all earlier, I had both physical awareness and I had spiritual awareness at the same time. I was experiencing both realities simultaneously, which is very difficult to explain, because how can you be completely submerged and engulfed in one experience without it separating you from another experience? And that's the mystery of how spiritual and psychic phenomenon work. I don't know how it's possible for me to have been fully aware, equally aware, in both spaces, and be having both experiences in the detail that I was having them. And so I'm like able to swap out of my experience. I'm able to leave this dimension, the classroom with Lil Wayne is happening in, and be completely present in the car. I'm able to focus on both or focus on the other. I have all these options. So I'm back in the car, and I'm just like, he's still rapping? And I'm telling my homeboy, this is the longest fucking song I've ever heard in my life. This song never was this long. I thought I had accidentally put on an extended mix I thought it was on loop or something. I'm like, why is this fucking song so long? In this high state, this song never came to an end. It was never fucking ended. Matter of fact, it was so fucking long, Nicki Minaj's verse never even came. Never even came. And to me, it felt like 20 of minutes, 30 of minutes, hours had gone by, and Lil Wayne is still fucking rapping. And I'm like, looking through my phone, like, seeing if I had found some type of special remix or something, or some type of like overnight mix. You know how they be expanding the songs on YouTube for 24 hours. I thought it was one of those. It wasn't. It was just that me being high had distorted all of that. So I stopped the music. I'm like, I can't deal. I stopped the music, okay? At this point, when I stopped the music, we're like 8 blocks away from the hotel. I feel a magnetism. It was so strong and so distinct that it felt like all of the pressure had just left the vehicle. And like, I felt the presence of something into the space, because everything got extremely pitch quiet, like void quiet. It was a recognizable stillness that had set in motion. And I say it to my friend, it's here. And he was like, what's here? I said, it's here. It's here. And he was trying to figure out what the fuck is here. Like, what's here? So I'm just like present in my experience. I'm not talking at this point. So he's like, I'm going to pull over and order from the hotel. And then by the time we get to the hotel, we can just pick up the food and just take it up to the room. So he pulls over and we're sitting in this parking lot and we're facing the road. And so I'm in the car and he pulls up the hotel on the phone and he's looking through the stores and the restaurants and things that are at the hotel to see what we want to eat. He's asking me what I want. I'm like, choose for me. I don't even care, etc. I'm not a picky eater. It's whatever. And so it seems like we're in this car forever with him picking a damn store. And it's like, in my experience, he's like, starts piling the cart up with food. And then he would be like, I don't want none of that shit, and start over again. And then he would pile the cart up and then be like, I don't want none of that shit, and start over again. And so I'm back to this hysterical laughter. I am laughing my ass off. I'm like, friend, order the food. Like, I'm laughing because I'm thinking he's high because we both took these edibles. So I'm thinking now his high done set in and this bitch don't know he's not capable of completing this food order because now his edibles are setting the fuck in. And so I'm reliving the same experience. Come to find out though, he wasn't high. And he wasn't even doing what I thought he was doing. He did it once. He did pile the cart up and then unload it and was like, I don't want this shit. But the next time he piled it up, he actually placed the order. But now I was having a Groundhog Day experience. I was living in this moment over and 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 over again, where he would pile up the food in the cart and then be like, I don't want this shit. And every time he said, I don't want this shit, I just bust out laughing. Over and over and over and over and over and over again. And I'm reliving this 12 times, 14 times, 15 times, 25 times, 30 times, 50 times, 80 times, 100 times. I'm stuck in this experience. I'm stuck in this rerun. And I'm just busting out laughing every fucking time he unloads this damn cart on this website. So at some point, I realized, wait, this isn't natural. How am I able to relive the same moment over and over and over and over and over again? And it was by the 115th time that I was able to like break through with a sobering outlook on the situation and be like, wait, this isn't natural. And then I kind of get a little shook. I'm like, wait, this isn't natural. This isn't possible. Like, this is not possible in the natural world. Like, how am I able to just have this experience repetitiously like this? It's just the scene keeps playing over and over and over again. And now my analytical mind is wide awake. And he's still doing the same thing that my perception is telling me that he's doing, which is unloading the cart. And now I'm almost like I'm existing outside of the moment, being analytical. And I'm watching it loop itself over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And then for a split second, while I'm like, kind of like scratching my head, like, how's this fucking happening? My consciousness separates from my body and does a 360 rotation around the outside of the vehicle. I circle the vehicle in my consciousness. Like, I loop the car like 4 times. I'm orbiting the vehicle around and around and around and around. I could see outside the vehicle, but my body is still in the car. But now I'm out of body circling the vehicle 4 times, and then I'm back in my body. And then I became aggravated. And I said, I like streamed out. Hold on. Before I say that, let me say this before I move on to the next part. Mind you guys, right? The name of this cannabis is, hold on, let me pull it back up on the screen. The name of this cannabis is Valhalla. Hold on. I thought I had it up on the screen. Oh, I do. It's on my Google thing. The name of the brand of this marijuana, right, is Valhalla. Okay, remember, I'm in heaven technically. Like, the foundation for this experience is supposed to be positive. What my consciousness did was, once we parked to look for food, the cannabis chose, or the THC or whatever, chose the most positive part of what took place in that car and looped it to keep me in a positive, a pleasurable nirvana-like state. It chose the most hilarious part of what was taking place and then looped it so that I could stay suspended in that laughter. I could stay suspended in that happiness. I could stay suspended in that joy. I thought that was actually quite amazing that these edibles did that. So, but I woke up lucid, like, what the fuck? How is this possible? This is not natural. I have an out-of-body experience at this point where I'm circling the vehicle. Then I come back to my body, and now, hold on. Actually, before I say that, I need to take a little tinkle. Khozmiq, entertain the people for 60 seconds.
So that's interesting.
Talk to them about this is Valhalla and how interesting it is. That
I was just about to get into that.
You're getting into that.
Yeah, it's interesting that the inspiration behind this was Valhalla. Valhalla, as you mentioned, is part of the Athalite and Norse mythology, and normally it is for warriors who die on the battlefield. They have an honorable death. And I want to say the harpies, maybe. I may be conflating Norse and Greek, but those who die valiantly in battle, they go to Valhalla. Odin comes and collects them. They go to Valhalla. They're able to sit in the hall of the gods, have endless feasts, have a horn of mead that never runs out, and can talk about and boast about their victories. So it's very interesting. I'm listening to this, hearing this again, all the way through.
And I'm back.
Let's see here. Okay.
But if you want to continue on, if there's something you want to speak to, you can.
No, I'm absolutely spellbound by your retelling of this, because because now I'm hearing it, I'm putting it in my own context and from our discussion and a lot of other things. So this is good, and the chat is very entertaining.
But they're wide open. So I come out and I'm like, after the 115th time experiencing the same damn moment over and over and over again, like it was Groundhog Day, I come to my analytical mind, and I become frustrated at this point. And from my inner man, I cried out. I said, why can't I leave this moment? And then a very eternal voice said, because now I am here. Matter of fact, it said because I am present. And I don't know why that word present like polarized me, because I realized that that's exactly what the hell I was having a lesson in the same moment happening again. Is it was calling for me to be present, and it kept giving me the opportunity to be present and to deepen my presence every time in the same moment, to reach deeper, reach deeper, reach deeper, reach deeper into the present moment. And that's why it kept looping over and over and over and over again, because I was getting a redo. I was getting another opportunity to reach in a little deeper and to deepen my presence in the present moment. And here it was, this presence was now here. And it was speaking and saying that it wouldn't let me leave this moment because now it is present. But it wasn't just saying, it was identifying itself as presence. I am present. I am what presence is what this energy, entity, this consciousness was. And from there, cosmic, this presence, this I am, raptured me into the heart of itself. It raptured me into its presence. Every time I go to describe what I experienced emotionally, it just is not satisfying. There are not enough words that satisfy my spirit in the retelling of what it was like to be made one with spirit. This thing raptured me out of the car, brought me directly into the center and the nucleus of its existence. And I felt the universe. I felt spirit. I felt whatever word that is synonymous. Squeeze me and tighten me and close in all around me and just devour and envelope me in this unconditional, fluid, unending, eternal love. And it just wrapped its arms around me and squeezed me into, it forced me into, it gripped me into, it suspended me into the most incredible, unfathomable personification of whatever the fuck love is, without the human filters, without the ego, without the conditions, without the shame, without the judgment, without all of that, whatever love is, without any of that shit, whatever love is without a brain, without a socialization, without a human form, love in its most rawest, organic existence just gripped me like a 13-year-old girl who found her long lost teddy bear out in the wilderness and just picked it up and squeezed it with all of its might and just ran off home with its best friend. Spirit had found me and took pride and took joy in was Spirit intentionally went to look for me, and it gripped me up and took this dignity in picking me up and finding me as if it had found the only thing it was ever looking for, and just ran off with me. It just took off with me with this. The only word I can describe it as is dignity. And that dignity contrasted all of the core beliefs I had about myself as a human being. Because my whole life, I've been taught by the church. We all have that we're not good enough. That we should be the ones who are lucky. That we are the ones who are undeserving of God's mercy. That we are the ones who got to straighten up to earn God's love. Everything I was experiencing was in opposition to everything that I had been taught about our dynamics between us and God. And here it was, God was the one who was overwhelmed and overflowed, and the one looking for me, and the one thought it was lucky to have me. I was the treasure in God's eye. The completely, once again, opposed everything that I had been taught about God. And this thing just wrapped me up and tied me up and squeezed me up into something I had never felt in my life. I have been loved by some of the greatest human beings in my life. My grandmother, my parents. I have had some of the most meaningful romantic relationships, and there is and was and has ever been anything that can come close to what I experienced in that moment with the creator or the consciousness of all consciousness. And it was so overbearing. The sheer the over the top compassion and love that was being downloaded and projected onto me was so overwhelming for me that it caused me to push against it, not because it was negative or painful, but because it was alien to me. I did not even know how to receive a love like this. I had not been trained to be on the receiving end of a love like this. I had not been taught that a love like this exists. I had no idea what to do with this type of love. I was experiencing myself as a battered dog who had been rescued by a very loving owner, but I had no idea I wasn't in danger. So all the owner could do was just love me, and love me, and invite my safety, invite my vulnerability, invite my bruises and my scars, invite and display safetyness to me through the virtue of love. I experienced all of my brokenness and sin consciousness and all of my cardinal self. I had a distinction between what my thoughts had made me believe about myself and this truth that was now challenging and dissolving of all of that brokenness. And so I'm now simultaneously in that experience, and I'm still, but I also am aware that I'm in my body and I'm in the car and I'm in a seatbelt and my friend is to the left of me behind the wheel of the car. And so I'm now talking verbally saying, it won't let me go. It won't let me go. It won't let me go. And my friend didn't know what to make of it. He didn't know whether I was in danger. He didn't know what the experience was. All he's hearing me say, he's just watching me cry. He's just watching me profusely cry. And I'm saying, it won't let me go. It won't let me go. And then I start talking to the creator about my friend. And God says, I won't let him go either. So then I reach over and grip my friend's shoulder. And I said, it won't let you go either. It's not going to let you go either. And so my friend gets scared and he presses the gas. And he's driving us back to the hotel because he has no idea what the fuck I'm experiencing. He has no idea what the hell I'm communicating with, what the hell is communicating with me. He don't know whether it's demonic. He don't know, etc. And I'm not expressing any context for what I'm saying because my emotional body at this point is completely raptured up with God. So he's just looking out from the outside in. We get to the parking garage. At this point, I'm completely enamored in my experience. My body has become stiff like a board at this point. I can't even move my legs. I can't move my arms. My whole body has come under subjection of this divine presence. I'm completely paralyzed. He gets out of the car. He's like, look, I need to get you into the hotel, get you to safety, get you to the room, get you to the bed. Because we had a room together and we had 2 beds in the room. So he wanted to get me from the parking garage to the hotel room. And I'm like, I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe walking. I don't feel safe because we on like the 3rd floor of the parking garage and we're going to have to take an elevator all the way down. And then we're going to have to cross the street and then have to move through the casino to get to the elevators, to go up, to get to the room. Like, it's too much. And all I have is the ability to communicate with you physically, but I don't have the ability to do anything physical. So he's like peer pressuring me to get. I'm just like, just leave me in the car. Just leave me in the car. Just go get the food. Like, we at the hotel. I know how to get to the hotel. I know how to get to the room. We right across the street from the hotel. Like, just go. Like, just let me sit here. Just I don't feel safe. I don't feel comfortable because I'm having a trance experience. I'm in a trance like state. And I know I'm in a trance-like state, but I'm so aware that I also know what I can and can't do in this state. Like I have the ability to reason, which is also powerful. That once again, I was able to have all this lucidness in both the spiritual realm and in the physical realm. And so he just won't let me stay there. He won't let me sit there. He just the only he can feel comfortable is if I'm in this room, etc., locked in place, relaxed, where he know I'm safe. So eventually I give in, and I'm angry. I'm so mad at him that he's making me get out of this car and do all of this physical movement while I'm still like, because at this point now, you guys know like how it feels when you're like fighting sleep and you can feel the sleep coming on you. Like that's what I was experiencing. Like this experience with God that I was having was dominating my physical awareness. And so I had to force myself to be physically aware. But if I was to relax and just let go, I would be completely in this realm with God. I would be in this space with eternity. And so I'm angry because now I got to apply my brain power. I got to like push through and force myself to focus so that I don't fall and trip and all of this. And so I'm so mad at him. I don't even want him to touch me because he was going to initially like lift me out of the car and carry me like a lady through the hotel. That was not going to happen. I'm a motherfucker. My masculinity said, no, bitch. Okay. In my sobering state, I wouldn't have mind being treated like a lady. But in the second, I'm like, no, bitch. You're not going to be drawing that kind of attention towards us, etc. Like, and so then he was going to have me put my arm around him, and just kind of like, walk with me side by side. But I'm so angry, I'm just like, leave me the fuck alone. Like, leave me the fuck alone. So at this point, I'm forcing my physical awareness. We are now walking through, and it's the most craziest experience to like be trying to physically focus while God is like pulling me away, because at this point, obviously the gummies have also helped to physiologically like lock me in to this experience. So my body, everything is welcoming this transcendental experience. So mind, body, and soul is aligned, but my will is what I'm using to push through 3 layers of connection: the body connection, the soul connection, and the spirit connection. I have my independent will, which also taught me a very interesting lesson about the power of the will, that the will is still accessible no matter what, that you always have a choice. Even under the most extreme of circumstances, you have access to your will. That was very interesting to me. And I understood now why there always had to be consequences and repercussions to one's actions, because no matter how you feel or what the situation is, for better or for worse, you have access to choice. You have access to choice. Even though my body was under subjection to THC and all of that, I still had access to my will. And in this way, I can understand what happens in demonic possessions and why the priest is compelling the spirit to leave and is ministering to the person, because even under that rotten, diabolical experience, that person is still there. They might be avalanched with a lot of stuff on top of them, but they are still there. And they can move through that quicksand if they so desire. They just have to desire to do so in order to have mobility in their consciousness. And here it is. I'm having a positive experience, but I also still have access to my will. So I'm using my will to push through 3 layers of connection. We move through the casino. I get across the street safely. I can feel myself though zapping out. Like I can feel myself zapping out into God. Like I'm zapping out as I'm like forcing myself to tune in to the earth plane. It's almost like my antenna was in reverse, how we're naturally oriented toward 3D dimension and under this edible, I was more oriented toward the spirit world. I had the force connection to the earth plane. So I'm applying all this mental pressure. We get in the motherfucking elevator. There's like 4 fucking white people in this elevator with us. I literally turn my back against the white folk and face the wall of the elevator. And I'm just like zapping in and out of consciousness. I'm with God, then I'm back in the elevator. I'm with God, then I'm back in the elevator. I'm with God, then I'm back in the elevator. I'm with God, then I'm back in the elevator. And I just remember thinking to myself, oh my fucking God, these white people probably think I'm fucking crazy. I have no fucking idea what I look like right now, what I sound like right now. I don't have no idea what my body is doing. These people are probably thinking this fucking weirdo. Like, why is he facing the fucking wall? Like, I'm just like, cause I can't even bear to let people see me like this. I don't know what I'm looking like. I don't know what this looks like from the outside in. And so I'm just facing the wall, like just zapping in and out, girl. That elevator door opens. I haul ass out of that fucking elevator. Finally, we get to the room. I can't even get on the bed at this point. I'm on my knees, like in prayer position, adjacent to the bed. And I'm clinging to the sheets while I'm on the floor of the hotel room and I'm being pulled back into God. Now, once I got pulled back into God, God shows me an image of the earth. And God begins to show me people on the earth. And he's showing me people dealing with various complications in their life. People who are anemic, people who got sickle cell, people who have anorexia, people who are bulimic. He's showing me abandoned children. He's showing me every troubled person that's troubled in the earth. And what God says to me confirms something that I already believed, but I was hearing it straight from God. And God said, these people only suffer because they don't know that I love them. They don't know. And now I'm having an experience. I'm breaking down all over again. I am just melted into tears and despair because I began to realize that I was one of those people that God was talking about. I too had no idea that I was really loved. I had no idea that I was loved. I had no idea. My only framework for love was its frail personification through human treatment. Because love can only be as great as its medium or as its conduit. And most of us in our life have been loved by broken people. So we're having an impartial experience of love. A love that's coming through other people's trauma, a love that's filtering through other people's dysfunction, a love that's personifying itself through other people's pain. And I'm able to identify at this point with that truth and identify with the people that did not know and don't know. And I'm also able to identify with the love of God because I also am the love of God. I'm having both of these experiences as the broken person and the whole individual. And I'm just bawling and bawling and bawling and feel like I've been given the truth behind human suffering and human agony, which is this absence of transformative love. in people's lives. That the root of all bad behavior, judgmentalness, unaliving, stealing, brutality, enslavement, self-loathing, self-mutilating, greed, etc., that at the base of all this bad behavior is an absence of divine love, which is a transformative love. From here, God released me, and that's when I called Khozmiq. Khozmiq, do you recall what you were hearing on the other side of that phone when I called you in that state from that hotel?
I was trying to figure out what was going on, but I remember you saying that you were basically under arrest, that you've been overshadowed by God, that you felt the presence. You spoke a lot about presence. You kept repeating that, and you were just very insistent to me that you're loved. You are so loved. You are so loved.
I was telling
And
you
he was
that.
like, yes, exactly. And you were telling me, no, you don't understand. You don't realize how much you're loved. All the problems, all the issues, it's because you don't know how much God loves you. And I thought that was pretty deep. That was heavy. That was utterly profound. That was utterly profound. I could tangibly sense that you were being overwhelmed by something. And you were in tears, like you were noticeably crying. It was powerful. It was deeply powerful.
And I was deeply convinced of it because I knew it for a fact. God had allowed me to bear witness to not only its love for me, but its love for you and every single person that has ever incarnated at any point in time in history, under any and all conditions, that I was able to bear witness to not only God's relentless love for me, but God's relentless love for us all. God allowed me to sit in the courtroom of its love. And I was able to witness that love intercede and be made available to every single person ever. It became fact, not fiction. That edible destroyed every barrier that separated me from the ultimate truths of reality. That separated me from the justice of God, that separated me from this ray of light that's always shining on me and everyone else that I'm not able to see because I'm distracted by being a working class American and family and business and myself and all of the things that take up space in our emotional body, all the things that take up space, all the things that we hoard around. It made me understand why Buddhists live the way that they live and promote meditation, etc. And because what they're really promoting is accessibility. Accessibility. And depending on where you geographically are located, especially for those of us in the West, we live a life of distraction. And then we wonder why we don't experience the miraculous and the dramatics of the supernatural the way that we always hear about in Middle Eastern regions, where the poorest of people are growing their limbs back and are experiencing divine interventions, etc. And it's because those people, because they have less, they have more in faith. Their impoverished circumstances force them to lean into something beyond them. And as a result, they get those extreme breakthroughs in their realities. Here, we have faith in our parents. We have faith in our governments. We have faith in ourselves, which is also not separate from God, but we have faith in the ego of self, not the divine of self. And most people in the West carry religion as like a safety bag, more so than as a necessity. Is more so just an added insurance, just in case faith in myself fails, in case my parents fail me, in case my society fails me, in case my job fails me, in case my money fails me, and then it'll be God. We tend to lean against God when everything else we've made a God out of has failed us. And then by then, the damage is done. And the stakes are high as a result. And I don't even think that, and as an American myself, I know that these aren't things that we are intentional about. It's just the design of the hamster cage that got us into habit. Not to mention that in the West, if you want to stay with a roof over your head and food on the table, you have to work. You have to engage in these distractions, because those distractions are connected to your so-called well-being and your livelihood and your safety. And so between working 8 hours a day and having to be focused there, and then come home to yourself and come home to your family and come home to whatever's waiting for you outside of your job, which might be another damn job, it can become second nature to us to make gods out of these things, because they become connected to a very essential, primal aspect of ourselves, which is self-preservation. At the end of the day, we are spirit, but we are spirit in a human form. We're mammals. We're animals. At our base primal animalistic level, we have an inherent desire to survive. So the balancing act between that primal nature and the design of capitalism and American culture and our spirituality can oftentimes look bleak for Americans. And we don't have enough time to let it all go. We don't have enough time to exhale and to take a breath, etc., because the wheel is constantly spinning. The wheel is constantly, it's on an axis. And we end up being less spiritually potent and aware as a result of indirectly participating in the system in the extreme and full-time way in which we do. But what are your thoughts and feelings about the love of God and the human experience, and how rare it seems to feel that we get access to that level of love in our life? Because, like, you called it profound, but I absolutely believe that the world is upside down because it does not know. It believes. I'll give earthlings that generally, because there's a reason why 1.2.4 billion millions of people are subscribed to these religions. But God didn't say they don't believe. To me, God said they don't know. Matter of fact, God said they believe, but they don't know. They don't know my love. They believe my love. They don't know my love. What do you think about that statement in the framework of your own existence, Khozmiq?
In the framework of my own experience, no, we find ourselves drastically void in that area of having a true knowing, number one, of anything, let alone the indescribable thing that is God, which is love. God is love. 1 John, God is love. I don't think there's language that can be put to that. I think that we believe that we know what God's love is. And I think all the efforts today, all the fleshly, carnal, humanistic efforts, even among religion, is the number one sign that we believe that we know what God's love is. And I think this is why there is such a contrast with religious people and those that they are trying to proselytize. It's not so much that they would just call them hypocrites, but there's also a hypocritical knowledge. It's a not understanding that you want me to adopt this religion, but then over here you're going to do this to these other kinds of people. I think we start seeing manifestations like that when we think or we believe that we know the love of God. And I think that there are experiences like this. I think, as you were mentioning, the life that we live does not cultivate an environment for us to really ponder, really delve into the knowing of the love of God. One of them, as you said, has been distractions. Or even being convinced, even the persuasion that this is as good as it gets.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't think that. Oh, go ahead.
I'm just ad-libbing.
I was just gonna add and say I really don't think that let me rephrase. Let me put it this way. I think that's one of the reasons why you got that message, because some people have to first know that they are oppressed before they even begin to desire freedom. And having a message like, no, you really don't know the love of God. You believe that you know, but you really don't know the love of God. Like I think that that's like a gospel kind of message. Like, and when I say that, I mean a message that comes to try to explain why things are the way they are. Right? There's one message that's telling us because of what some person did at the beginning of time, doing something with a tree and a snake, is why we are the way we are. But here's an awareness that we are the way that we are because we don't truly know the love of God.
And that's what's interesting to me, Khozmiq, because I think we have to make those distinctions. A manifestation of God is not necessarily the same as the knowledge of God's love. And I think about even the mythology of Adam and Eve and their disobedience and willingness to test the instructions of God. But here it is, they had a lot of manifestations of God. They walked with God in the garden. God spoke and communicated. But that's also very different than the actualization and realization of God's love. And it reminds me of having being born unto parents and being raised by parents, but not necessarily having an experience of your parents' love. You have an experience of the parental style. You have an experience of
Like
their
the
personality. You have an experience of a lot of things, but you don't necessarily haven't had an experience of their love of their heart. Their heart has not been revealed to you. And that kind of reminds me of the predicament that earthlings are in. As in, everybody is reading the scriptures and the scrolls, and everybody's listening to each other, and everybody is listening to the rules and listening to the miracles and hearing the manifestations, etc. But how many people, even those who have experienced manifestations and the miraculous, etc., how many of these people actually have experienced and know the love of God? Don't believe or have faith in the love, but know it for themselves. Because the knowing is night and day to the belief. When you believe in the love of God, you're more liable to not die for what you believe in, because it's just a belief. When you know it, you can lay your entire life down for it. You can lay down your entire mortality and finiteness for it. You can completely
and
walk through that
isn't that
valley.
really what faith is?
The substance of things yet, or of things unseen. Yeah. To know is how I would define faith.
That's what I was
Psychic
going to say.
knowledge, a psychic knowingness.
The knowing of the spirit
Mm-hmm.
is real, genuine faith. And I was just pondering, as you were making a previous point even about Adam and Eve. That's what you mentioned, right? Adam and Eve just a
Yeah,
moment
Adam
ago,
and
right?
Eve. Mm-hmm.
Okay, just make sure I'm following. And I sat and I pondered, if Adam and Eve fully knew the love of God, would any of that have gone down the way it supposedly went down? If they really had known, and as you said, they might have had all the manifestations, they might have, seen God walk with them in the midst of the garden, all of those kinds of things. And maybe there's something to be said there, that you asked us a little bit ago about people, how they really had that powerful phenomenon experience of the love of God. And it's interesting because many people would say they've had divine encounters and angels and miracles and all of that. And yet I still
Are
I think it's
ego-centered. Mm-hmm.
like, that's what I'm really trying to get to,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's really just trying to say that I don't think they've experienced the love of God. They still don't know the love of God. They've,
Because
like Adam and
the
Eve.
love of God is a ego death itself.
You
That's how I
have
know
to.
those who have been turned out and really experienced the love of God is their ego has been minimized dramatically, and you see it in the way they love, in the way they humanize others, in the way they deal with betrayal and hurt. You see the fruit of that ego death bared in all of that complexity in human bonding, versus the way that people who claim they have experienced the love of God, and then you see them act a goddamn fool in their relationships, and you see them act in a state of chaos and egotism constantly. And I know for a fact it's no way in hell they actually know the love of God, because that's not the fruit of the love of God. But continue on.
Now, well, you continue your thought, but I would just say, just stir the waters further. That this is the point I'm making about what is faith. Faith is that the knowing of the Spirit, the knowing the love of God,
And that's the
and that's
subject.
why faith will prompt you to do this and that and the other. It's your spirit knowing the love of God concerning the situation or just in general, and based upon that, knows the direction to go, knows how to move, knows what to say, knows where to go. Faith being the knowing of God, true faith. And I want to make this point, piggybacking on faith and about what one would give up if they truly knew. That my colleague Moses, as you know, is one of my favorite Kabbalists.
Mm-hmm.
We were having this discussion about how faith is manifest in inconvenience. Like, that's one of the key signs for me of faith. Faith will inconvenience you. Like, you will do it in the inconvenience.
Mm-hmm.
If for example,
or you do it when
say,
nobody's looking.
Yeah, which is also inconvenient.
Mm-hmm.
Which is also inconvenient. Yeah.
It's the stuff. It's if the stuff that you would do even when there's no applaud, even when there's nobody to bear witness to it, even when there's no egoic reward for it. These are the things that you would do even then in those spaces.
No egoic reward. That's a great way to land that.
I got to see and know and experience for myself that the fruit and expression of God's love is transformation. If you have actualized the love of God, you are a transformed person, because you can't enter into that and be subjected to that and have experience of that and come out the way that you came in. It's not possible. It changes you. It changes you. It shifts you. It might not make you perfect because you are human and your flesh will always be your work as it relates to the spirit, but it will amplify that work because you have an incentive beyond belief. You have a conviction of God's love that amplifies the desire to not only humanize yourself, but to humanize others. And to do that also is to emphasize the spirit of yourself and to emphasize the spirit of everyone else. Like me and you was talking about a while ago, to the innocent, to the pure, all things are pure. To the impure, all things are corrupted. And we was talking about that incident that took place. I'm glad we actually talked our way into this part of the discussion. We was talking about that that incident of regarding the Pope and the situation that had went viral.
Not the Pope, the Dalai Lama.
Oh shit, yeah, the Dalai Lama, and that incident.
You still not down from that high, huh?
Never. I'm with the Lord now. It's above me. The Dalai Lama, him kissing that boy.
But you might have said something prophetic. The Pope might be doing that. Like, if we're just be honest.
Of course, it's some real. I mean, it's corruption everywhere. It's corruption everywhere. It's purity everywhere. But we were talking about that situation, and I remember when that story had went viral. I was really like looking at this because I was looking at what the people were interpreting it as. Oh my God, perverted and pedophilic, and oh my God, how dare he? But one of the things that stood out to me that was very fascinating is the response from the public, the direct public that was in the region event, the culture, the culture of people that got to witness that with their own eyes. They all kind of chuckled and had a lightheartedness about this, but Americans were outraged and could only see it as something that was sexual and something that was sexually, and because they believed it was sexual, then it was sexually inappropriate. And I was thinking to myself, well, that's interesting that there's two different experiences of perception based upon the difference of culture. You got the American culture looking at this and making one judgment and interpretation. And then you have, where is the Dalai Lama? Like, what region of the world did this happen in? If you know, Cosmic, do you know? I'm about to look it up. Dalai.
Okay, there we go. I couldn't talk. I was about to say Tibet.
Okay, over in Tibet. So then you had the people of Tibet or India, whatever, who were witnessing this incident, and they all laughed and chuckled. And I said, my God, this is interesting to me. Because remember, when me and you had spoke privately, I said, you know, so funny is that in one rendition of the Bible, in the New Testament, there's an incident that took place between Christ and a naked boy. And it was an incident that occurred when the soldiers had entered into the wilderness where Jesus was camping out at. And upon the intrusion of the soldiers, this naked young man ran out of Christ's tent, hysterical, and ran out of the tent, fearing for his life, I guess. And then the passage just kind of like goes on and doesn't provide any context. And here it is, you just stuck with this like excerpt that doesn't have any real context, doesn't have any explanation. It's just something that's cited. And it's like, why was there a naked boy or a naked young man in the tent with Christ? What was taken? It was very odd. But so we were talking about that, and then so I was revisiting the Dalai Lama thing, and I'm just like, to all things, I mean, to the pure, all things appear. If this culture believes in the innocence, if the people of India have a deep reverence and respect for the Dalai Lama, and they understand what he represents, and they have faith and belief in what he represents as a spiritual leader and as a symbol of the divine, etc., then them seeing him kiss this child, for them, and for them not to run up on the Dalai Lama and beat his ass or to stone his ass alive or to have this negative response to him, means that they believe that he is a innocent and virtuous man. Therefore, anything that he does would not have some cardinal context. It wouldn't have some diabolical context that they would see Dalai Lama as participating in the likeness of a child, which is something that I know the Christian scriptures also talk about. Christ talks about how no man may see God, no man may enter the kingdom unless they come in the spirit of a child, unless they come in the likeness of a child. And even though the Dalai Lama is a grown ass, obviously, man, if spiritually he has remained innocent, if spiritually he has remained uncorrupted and have been able to live a righteous life, and his office and position in that culture is also within the expectation of that, then I can understand why the people of India did not have the same reaction to the Dalai Lama kissing that young boy, because for them, this was playful and innocent and without corruption, which is to be argued, right? Because nobody can objectively say what's in Dalai Lama's heart. So for one group, they can see it as an innocent act by two innocent individuals being playful. And it was also interesting how the kid is like living in that culture too, and did not think it was inappropriate and felt comfortable engaging, not only in the act, but engaging in that kissy face act in front of everybody else. So the status of the Dalai Lama and his righteousness and his spiritness, it was interesting to see the Indian culture's reaction to the Dalai Lama versus the American lens, where obviously we would have ripped a pastor apart, you know, had that been done here. But I also think it's funny because it doesn't mean that we would have ripped the pastor's head apart because we can prove something objectively evil happened, but because most Americans do not believe in the innocence of other people. Most American adults do not believe in the innocence of other American adults, because to the perverted, all things are perverted. To those who have sin consciousness, they believe that all things are inspired and driven by sin. And like Purple Lover just said, this is a very over-sexualized society on top of that. So our first go-to with anything is sexualized, which is why a lot of people, even Americans, will argue that Christ is homosexual or bisexual, because in the scriptures, he's kissing other men, his disciples, on the cheeks. He's washing their feet. There's this homoeroticism that some will say shows up in the scriptures, because these men, Christ and his disciples, have these very intimate, close proximity of each other. And of course, that would be an American interpretation, because like Purple said, we live in a very sexual driven society, and so we are conditioned to see all things as sexual, even things that are actually innocent in nature, things that are not even done from a sexual context. Because there's no proof that Christ kissed these men from a place of lust. There's no inherent proof that he rubbed and washed these men's feet from a sexual intent. Those are just projections and interpretations, and you're going to see it how you see it based upon the way your own perception is shaped and the things that influence your attitude and outlook on things. Matter of fact, Khozmiq, can you talk to me about that specific scripture, to all things, to the pure all things appear, to the unpure.
Yeah, I think it's First Titus, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's Titus chapter 1, and I think verse 5 or something to that effect. Let's see here. Yes, Titus chapter 1 verse 15, to the pure all things are pure, but to those who are corrupted and do not believe, nothing is pure. Both their minds and their consciences are defiled.
So that'll preach, Khozmiq. there's a
Roots
whole
are almost
teaching.
dead.
Yeah, there's a whole teaching and sermon that can come out of how our perception is very telling of who we are as people. Our own judgments are telling of who we are of people.
Can I give another example of that
Oh, hell
biblically
yeah. Mhm.
as it relates to Jesus? Because when you said that, I thought about Judas. Let me see here. This idea that to the pure all things are pure, and to those who to the unbelieving is nothing pure. And so John chapter 12 and verse 6, how you can take something very pure, but if you have a wicked intent, that's going to come out of how you project, like your response to things are a projection of yourself. So in John chapter 12, it's basically talking about the woman who comes to wipe Jesus's feet, and she used a very expensive perfume to do so. And the other gospels say some of the disciples asked, but John just spills all the tea and said it was Judas. Judas said, why wasn't this perfume sold for 300 denarii and the money given to the poor? Right? And that sounds like a just thing to say. That sounds like an equitable thing to say. But that wasn't the perspective he was coming at it from. The scripture says in verse 6, Judas did not say this because he cared about the poor, but because he was a thief. So this over sexualization, sometimes it's not because the thing being looked at is sexual in and of itself. It's because the viewer themselves is perverse.
That part. Yep.
And so they are projecting that perversion onto whatever they're looking at or whatever they're judging or whatever. The same way with Judas. He didn't say that because he actually cared for the poor. That wasn't the real motivation. His real motivation was that he was a thief. He wanted the money for himself. To the pure, indeed, all things are pure, but at the same time, to those who are corrupted and do not believe, nothing is pure.
So Americans, we have our work cut out for us because we are some judgmental motherfuckers and we click up to judge, or whether we join religions to justify a judging, or whether we partake in political parties to justify judging. I mean, we are a people who get carried away. We indulge our judgments. We indulge our perceptions. And it's interesting to think about how many people's lives have been falsely destroyed because of other people's perception of them, which contributed to the way they were sentenced, to the way they were treated, the way they were socialized, the way they, etc. And we are not self-aware enough as a nation to even think about how our judgments are a reflection of our hearts and minds. We are just so embanked in them, and we exist on such a surface level that we just spew this stuff out of ourselves without questioning, where does this come from? Where does this come from? Why is it that my first go-to mind is the Dalai Lama must be up to no good? Is it because maybe I've been subjected to sexual abuse? Maybe that could be the context and the motivation to lean this way versus another way. Is it because someone close, my own child, was subjected to sexual abuse? Could that be what's informing and motivating my mind to project that onto an entirely different, separate situation? Could it be my inherent distrust of other adults that causes me to believe that there has to be a evil intent or a perverse intent or a corrupted intent?
Can I let me ask you this? One of the things that you mentioned was that it was interesting contrasting America's reaction then to the actual native region where this occurred. I think it's India you agreed on. Now, can that same context be applied in other areas? That's why I'm really chewing on this very slowly, because if we're judging the rightness or wrongness of an action, and one of the factors of weighing that is how that particular culture, how that environment responds to it. Like I would, with that as backdrop, I'd love to look at other laws that India has. I want to know what their views on what would constitute as pedophilia or perversity or things that are inappropriate with children. I love to dig into that, but I pose that question to say, in some cases, racism, slavery were in those very same locations. The people thought this was good. This person's a moral person. I was just having this conversation with my father earlier about, he was mentioning about there were ministers during slavery times that were also preaching, enslavement, preaching oppression from their pulpits. And everyone around them thought there's nothing wrong here. That's perfectly acceptable. In other cases, when the world is saying, have y'all lost your minds? What are you doing? We are civilized people. We can't enslave people. America was like, oh, this is perfectly normal. This is perfectly our culture. Am I making sense? You understand where I'm coming from? Like,
yeah.
if we, okay.
Keep on. you finished?
Okay, but my point in saying that was, like you said, we can't judge the internal intent of the Dalai Lama. I'm kind of curious, why did you initiate this kiss? If that was the case, like, okay, the kid wants to kiss you, that's one question. But now we see you initiating this kiss. Where does that come from?
And remember, before you end, remember we had that conversation too, where I was saying, like, I wonder if he was testing the temperature in the room by actually kissing that child from a playful context and just goofing off with that kid and seeing what the experience of the adults in the room would be of themselves regarding this subjective act. And was it him partaking in his innocence, which his community also supports? Because it wasn't like some overt invasive act. I don't think it's not the most, as an American, it's not the most comfortable thing to see. And it's also not the most attractive thing to see, and to imagine a child with an adult tongue in their mouth, and then it's an 80-year-old, 100-year-old mummified tongue at that. But then, like, I wrestle with that because I'm just like, oh, they're parents. They're like, because this controversy exists here too, because when dads get too close to their sons, this American culture revs up and perverses that too. And I've reported on stories and confronted those ills in our community. I forgot what the story was, but there was a conversation that happened between, like, Black dads not kissing their children, etc., like kissing their sons particularly, and like this culture always projecting something sexual and hypersexual on situations. There are people who believe that fathers shouldn't kiss their children in the mouth, even though you see mothers doing all type of maternal things with their kids. They breastfeed their children, they bathe their children, they in the tub with their children, they, you know, sit up between their legs on their lap. I mean, it's just like the feminine gets away with doing all of that with the benefit of a doubt. But then when
Yeah, I
they
think
are like,
socializing has a lot to do with it.
huh?
I was just going to say, excuse me. I think, as you were saying, I do believe that socialization has a lot to do with it. You know, personal displays of affection, etc.
Somebody said something very interesting. McGee said the Dalai Lamas are picked as little children, so maybe it is in his innocence. Like they inherit this as a child, inherit the lifestyle and the culture, kind of like a Michael Jackson, you know, who didn't grow up
Well,
in
that's
that
exactly
way.
what I was going to ask. If you would make parallels between it, I was literally going to ask that a few moments ago. I was just waiting. Yeah.
Synchronistically. Yeah, and you know, so crazy. Michael Jackson had the same thing happen to him. A witch hunt happened against him, and then that man turned out innocent. You know, and just because he had kids sleeping in his room didn't mean he was doing anything invasive. Just because he preferred children as friends didn't mean that he was doing anything perverted. And now they put him through one of the most grueling and humiliating investigations regarding a pop star in American history. I mean, to the point they ran up all up in this man's house. They took pictures of his asshole, his penis. I mean, they ripped Michael Jackson apart. And this man was so innocent, despite the claims and the allegations and the perceptions that the prosecutors had police officers planting evidence, Khozmiq, to frame Michael Jackson. They were caught planting false evidence in his. I mean, you know, because that's how innocent this man was. So,
And this thing is still pervasive. Like that idea about Michael Jackson is still pervasive to this day, even though this man's been cleared.
It's still a running joke. Now his fans, you know, if they catch it, they don't let a bitch get away. we're getting the narrative wrong, okay? Because, you know, and I'm with them on that. You know, I have also became very protective of Michael Jackson and his legacy, because for a Black man to be subjected to that level of scrutiny and investigation and still turn out innocent despite the powers that be in white America, etc., then his ass is innocent. His ass is fucking innocent, because Michael Jackson had every fucking odd against him. These were white children that their parents were prompting them up to weaponize against Michael Jackson. This man was subjected to the criminal justice system that they created, which is discriminative at its core. And if this man got put through those spikes and that fire, and they had to bang the gavel and determine that he was innocent, that nigga is innocent, period. And that also should have shaped it should have led to us confronting reality from perception, which we know perception oftentimes is a person's reality. And that just because something looks a certain way does not determine it as such. It can look however the hell you going to allow it to look. Whatever it's, you the one who determine what it looks. Yeah, you the one who determine what it looks like. And like you're about to say, to the pure, all things are pure. To the corrupted, all things are damn corrupted. And you know, as Americans, I do think that we are very sterile in that way, and that we are very cynical in that way, especially just because of everything that's happened in this country, from the way that Indigenous and Native Americans were done, Indigenous Black Americans were done, imported Blacks were done. So much ugly and blood and injustice has happened that, in a way, like I understand why we're so cynical as it relates to each other, and why we don't really put nothing past people anymore. And then the fact that present day, violence and corruption and sexual exploitation has escalated, we definitely don't, we definitely are hardly putting anything past any damn body. We're definitely clinging our pearls a little tighter, locking our doors a little harder. We're more paranoid, and we are more untrusting and suspecting of of each other because of how much shit is going on. So it didn't surprise me when, America chopped off the Dalai Lama's head and there was no room to consider any alternative or consider any other attitude. Because at this point we're just being like conditioned by violence and bloodshed. We almost are becoming like the barbaric judges of the Old Testament, where we show up for the stoning. We don't even really care about if the person is innocent or not. We're just interested in the hunt of it. We're just interested in the bloodshedding of it. We are just here to witness, which is what World Star Hip Hop is a symbolic representation of. It proves that a big part of our culture has become that. We become bloodthirsty. We so bloodthirsty that's the priority, is to show up to watch the fight, not to break it up, because we're interested in the destruction of it all. We are interested in the opportunity to judge and to destroy and to conquer and to witch hunt. That the facts are not significant, and the critical thinking is not significant, and none of that is significant. And it's just a very interesting time to be alive. A very interesting time.
To the pure, all things are pure. I think it's what I've been chewing on is, as you're mentioning about America's history, and I was thinking about sexuality. I was also thinking about death, interestingly enough, and how we kind of handle these things in a similar way. With there's this movement I've been looking at of doulas and death doulas, and people really taking the care of the elderly into their own hands. In other words, that America's become so sanitized, right? We don't want to deal with the dead. Anything that really is deeply human, the body, sexuality, death, these things we want to kind of, we know they need to be done, but let somebody else do it outside of, outside of my experience of it. We want them to be sanitized. We want them to be bleached. We want them to be filled with chemicals. We want them to be sterilized. We want to put them in almost hermetically sealed boxes and dig them deep into the earth and just away. Same thing with sexuality. And as you mentioned, I think this sterility around these conversations is a knee-jerk reaction of like trying to stay out of the extreme, only to swing to the other extreme. I think the same thing happened with Rome. I think I see a lot of correlation between America and Rome, and that Rome had a culture that embraced sexuality in a very different way than we do now in many cases. They also embraced the dead. They also embraced those deeply human things. But once again, they went to the extreme. There's always this trying to counterbalance that. When we go to the extreme, then we do the exact opposite, and that just pulls us to the exact opposite extreme. I hope that was coherent. I think you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it was. So now my question to you then is, from a spiritual standpoint, is there a way for us to have access to the intent of a person? Like, if to the pure all things are pure, but all things are not pure, some things are actually corrupted. How does the pure rightfully divide the pure from what needs to be judged and seen as intentional harm?
I think there might be a few questions in that one question. Ask that one more time. I'm trying to find the first thing I want to
For
address
the
here.
pure,
Mhm.
specifically, who to the pure all things appear, then how does the pure judge the impure? Like when there actually are things where intentional harm and evil intent and harmful intent is behind the act, the act. How do we discern that or distinguish
Well, we
that
distinguish
from
that
that?
based upon the character
Yeah,
of the
because
highest consciousness,
yeah.
based upon the character of, as you've been referencing it as love, okay, God, however you want to spell that.
Mm-hmm.
We base that upon that character. And this is why the people that we have that oversee laws and legislation and so on, we hold them to a higher account, because it would be a hypocrite for you to not have this kind of character yourself, that again, that you aren't pure yourself, passing judgment on this other situation. Jesus talks about this in Matthew chapter 7 about the hypocrite who wants to speak about the beam in his brother's eye, but if not, they want to speak about the speck in his brother's eye, but he's not cast out the log, the beam in his own eye. So I think, as you've mentioned it, number one, being pure. When you are pure, your eyes see clearly. It pierces to the intent of the heart. When you are pure, you're able to discern, to differentiate.
And you're right, because that is also the entire point of being integral. Like, ain't no point in being integral if it does not afford you to be seen in the way that you actually are. That's the whole point.
What do you mean by that?
Like, that's the whole point of being integral. Like, that's the whole point of having good character, so that when things don't look good and you're under controversial circumstances, you're still able to have the benefit
I
of a
got
doubt
you.
from your community. Like, that's the whole fruit of and the whole purpose of walking in proper character, because that's what the audience is supposed to use when they consider, to your point, when they distinguish what's from what, and they are in place to be judges, but not just judges, righteous judges, which is a consideration of your overall character. To take that into consideration in their observations when they are going to determine your innocence from your wrongdoing. And if people are going out of their way to be consistent in their character and to walk upright, and we're still going to throw them to the wolves any damn way, then really people have no incentive outside of just being of good moral character, which they should do too, to be
But
upright.
where does that come from? That comes from having an encounter at some level or at some degree with the love of God. I mean, we're just bullying this back to where we were. That's what renders purity. That's what renders internal purity, so that there can be an expression of external purity. And due to that level of contrast in the world of external purity, it's very easy to discern and decide what's right and what's wrong, the righteous and the unrighteous. But it's going to begin, as you've been mentioning, with a knowledge, a true knowledge of the love of God.
Because look at how that contrast is even demonstrated in the persecution of Christ. On one hand, he's a beloved, sacred, virtuous, perfect figure. And then on the other hand, he's a threat and a terrorist to the democracy of the Jews. And, or shit, I should say the fucking dictatorship of the damn Jews. And look at how on one hand he was mourned and and the loss of him was grieved, and then on the other hand, his death was completely welcome and supported. In this conversation of to the pure all things appear, and to the corrupted all things are corrupted and infringe, etc. And when I had my edible experience, to your point, I can't walk away from that experience without the belief that all people need to know. All people need to know. Nobody deserves to have to believe in the love of God. This is something that, to me, now is as essential to your humanity as oxygen and food is. It is as necessary in the construction of your humanity as those two fundamental things are. Everybody deserves to know. They deserve to know that. We are all the Christians say we're children. The New Age say we are sparks and personifications of God. Whatever language people want to utilize to basically say that there is a connection between self and God. But it is a necessary knowledge. And our lives will not be as toe up and traumatized, and our development will not be as stunted if people knew and had access to this love. If this love was experiential in people's lives, these people wouldn't be mean and rejective and judgmental and hypocrites in the way that they are. That love makes you better, and the more experience and access you have to this cosmic universal love improves upon the quality of your human experience. And it also destroys capitalism, which is why I'm not surprised why the system itself has not have not socialized the people to know the love of God, because these institutions, these capitalistic institutions, could not stand. You couldn't even you don't even want the things that you have designed to desire in the love of God. The love of God, it changes your nature. It humbles your nature. You're no longer, you don't want to be of the world. You're just willing to be in it. You don't have the same attachments that your lower self have. You don't need to be fabulous in the way the world says that you need to be fabulous. You don't need the superficial acceptance that your lower self requires. There's a more incentive to be your unique divine self. There's a improved upon self-confidence and inner knowing and self-assurance that you're able to live your life with, even if who you are is in opposition to what's normal or the status quo. This thing, it shapes you from the inside out. That love, it builds you from the inside out, not the outside in. It's not telling you to go make them happy so you can be happy. It's giving you the opportunity to know what true contentment and joy actually is, and then you live and evangelize that to them. And that's why the scriptures say that Christ has not come to make peace, but has come to rightfully divide and to separate you from your mothers and your fathers and etc. Christ has not come to conform us to the kingdom of man. but to show us and to induct us into the kingdom of heaven. These systems that we are inheriting are man-made systems created out of the ego, out of the cardinal self, out of flesh, not out of spirit. So if the invitation in the Christhood has to come with a falling away, which is also typical in Christhood, I think we all as Christians experience that isolation at some point where we found this incredible thing in our life called the love of Christ. And for me, when I say the love of Christ, that's just my contextualization. That love of Christ looks like whatever it looks like for everybody, whether it's an African deity or however it's personified. I don't think that the experience of Christ has one face or one image or it's one particular path. It's one path in terms of principle, but there are multiple paths and highways and byways to that completeness and the wholeness, in my opinion, as it relates to Christ. And therefore Christ can look different for all people. It's African traditional religion, it's whatever, it's shit, even atheism. Okay, because it's a principle. Christ is representing a system of virtues and principles that define the character of Christ. And there are many, because there are many highways, there are many different religions and spiritual paths and ways of living that can cultivate that because it's oriented in Christ. But because we are a humanity and we're separated by culture and we're separated by different demographics, of course Christ personified isn't going to look like what Christ looks like in an American experience. Is not going to necessarily be what it looked like in Japan or China or Nigeria or wherever. For me, I don't reduce Christ to just that. When the scriptures say that I am all things to all men, that's literally how I take it. That's literally what I mean. When the scriptures say that I have many people not of a particular fold, of this particular fold, that's exactly what I take it as. Historically, communities, nations have experienced Christ personified as a child, as an adult, as a teenager, etc. The emanations and personifications of Christ, and I mean, it's mind-boggling, and it's quite amazing if you ask me. And I'm not afraid of making Christ diverse that way, because that's the way that I've experienced and the way that I understand Christ, even from a scriptural standpoint. But Christ, or the love of God, is designed to be transformative. And everybody in this world deserves that love. Everybody in this world, from what God told me, is in need of that love. That love is the essence of all healing. Emotional healing, mental healing, and even physical miracles and healing. I forgot which mystic it was. It was a Christian mystic. I was looking at this documentary 2 years ago on Christian mysticism, and it was highlighting all of these various different Christian mystics throughout time. And there's a particular female Christian mystic who lived during the 1800s, and I forgot her name. but her miracles are well documented overseas. And there's a particular incident that took place where a woman had lost her child, her newborn, had died. I think the child just like passed away of natural causes, etc. And this Christian mystic came to this woman's house. Her child had been dead for 3-4 days at this point. And do you know how this Christian mystic healed this child, Khozmiq?
No, I'm not familiar.
This Christian mystic wrapped this child up in a blanket, sat down in a chair, and she loved this child back to life. She saturated and smothered the carcass of this child with love. She poured unconditional, all out love over this child. She worshiped this child and washed and bathed this dead body of this newborn in love. And she just rocked and sang and loved and spoke and projected and downloaded love into the dead body of this dead child and awakened this child, animated this body, realigned and reconnected the soul of this child back to its vehicle, back to its body. And her bridge between the spirit of that child, the consciousness of that deceased child, and the body was love. That was the bait she put on the end of the rod. And this made me go all the way back to the miracles performed by Jesus, even the story of Lazarus. And it made me think about the words of Abraham Hicks. When Abraham says that because Jesus, because you know, Christ had went missing for a big chunk of his development in the scriptures. We see him come in as a child and then he disappears, and then we see him reemerge as a man and begin his ministry, etc. And then there's all type of speculation about what Christ did in between this time. People believe he was in Tibet, that he was studying with monks, that he was learning the ways of mysticism and the occult and meditation, etc. There's some references that can be said to verify that or hint to that, etc. There's the Aquarius Gospel of Christ, which I find to be very fascinating, which kind of brings to life what happened in the interim. But Abraham Hicks says something fascinating. She said that Christ trained himself to see you as whole. And this is the type of stuff he was off learning from master mystics, etc. That he trained himself to see you as complete. Therefore, the only thing you could experience in his presence was completeness. Your missing arm had to become again because he saw both your arms. Your missing leg had to become again because he saw both your legs. Your unnatural bleeding had to stop because he saw you in full health. You had to physically see again because he held you in his mind's eye as complete. Therefore, the only thing you needed to be complete is to accept what he saw and see it for yourself. So everybody who needed healing had the opportunity to be healed because Christ had sustained in his mind's eye the completeness of the world. There was no such thing as brokenness. There was no such thing as impartialness. He trained himself to disallow this self-loathing and this perception of lack. He rebuked and centered himself in prosperity and fruitfulness. Therefore, you had no choice. Your fish had no choice but to multiply in his presence. Your bread had no choice but to multiply in his presence. Everywhere he went, there was amplification and multiplication. He did not accept the lower living and the lower consciousness that everyday people operated off of. Oh my God, I ain't got enough money. How am I get my bills paid? Oh, my back, my feet, my head, my neck. Which are all perceptions, because your perception is a doorway into a vibration that is assigned a frequency. A frequency is no more than a reality. This is why the scripture says that a man is what he thinketh. If you believe you are broken, the principle of a man is what he thinketh is, then you are. If there's not enough, then there is not enough. If you unwanted, unloved, then you are. If you are broken and handicapped and limited and in pain, and you believe in the impulses and you believe what your cells are communicating to your brain and your body, that there's pain in your chest and pain in your feet, then there is. If you accept all the surface data and then from a low consciousness perspective, then it is. But Christ trained himself away from this. And when his flesh would rev up, because he was the world's empath, so his business and his service was having to do with people constantly. People constantly. Had a traveling ministry. So he would also spend time away from his self-care in order to be of profound service to the greater humanity. And when he would weaken in his ability, I believe this is why Christ would go off the fast, because his power meter was lowering. And he would need to separate himself from the contrast, from the struggle, as Abraham Hicks say, to go recharge. Because when you spend enough time amongst broken people and they outnumber you in their broken attitude and in their depression and in their cynicalness, then you yourself eventually find yourself becoming vacuumed into those attitudes as well. So to sustain his own spiritual integrity, he would go off and fast and take care of himself to reappropriate his body and his mind and heart connection. And then he would go back out into the general public and give them that. Give them his power that came from self-care and centeredness and self-love and divine union. This is why I think that the American system is so fucked up and so weird, because it doesn't really give Americans the opportunity to do anything that looks like that. You wish you would get a 40-day vacation time. Okay, you don't have time. You don't have the space. You don't have the resources. And that's why a lot of the people who are actually about that life, they have to make just an extreme choice between American lifestyle and just living off their spiritual ambition. They have to just go in to be completely committed. And yeah, that may mean that no, they do not produce the type of money that allows them to ride around in Mercedes Benz. They may have to live very humble lifestyle because they are living in a way that's conducive for their spiritual gifts, where they can be that type of asset to their community. So they may live in modest homes. They may not even own a car. They may not have the greatest of fashions, etc., because those aren't their points of attraction anyway. They only need what they need from the world, but they don't need any of the luxury and any of the superficial and shallow shit that comes from that. But this is why meditation is important, you guys. Meditation not only has its physiological benefits upon the body and the mind, you need a space where you can empty out your burdens. And meditation, aka prayer, is that space in your life to not be a mom, to not be a dad, to not be a employee, to not be a employer, to not be black. Like in my spirituality and my worship and spiritual time with God, I'm not anything. It's my opportunity to separate entirely from the social constructs and the physical constructs. When I'm in my time with God, I'm not a man, I'm not gay, I'm not black, I'm not American, I'm not 5'10", I'm not any of that. I'm not a content creator. I'm not a friend. I'm not a son. I'm not anything. I am spirit. I let go of the entire physical and social construct of it all. In my prayer time and in my worship time and in my communion with God, I allow myself to be completely free of the physical. Allow myself to completely disassociate from the body entirely. I'm not human in that experience either. That is what draws the presence of God for me, close to me in my experiences. That's probably why I got shit flying all over my house now and got a paranormal investigative team coming out to fucking look at my shit and document my shit, because my spirituality is very amplified at this point in my life. My prayer life is very amplified in my life. And because I've reduced a lot of toxic people and cut a lot of toxic shit out of my life, I'm able to be centered more. Therefore, spiritual phenomenon is more potent in my life. It's more regular in my life. And it manifests in very extreme ways in my life now because I'm on a life diet. That life diet is a priority of peace, of happiness, of sanity, of fulfillment. Toxicity is a chosen aphrodisiac. It's something that I choose to make time and space for, but not something that I no longer allow to be a part of my everyday conscious experience. When the scriptures say, guard your mind and guard your ears, I protect myself now intentionally. I don't just accept every stimulation that comes. And I've also trained myself to be able to look at sadness and brokenness without it reducing my own personal happiness. Meditation gives you so many great, it's just so fruitful as a practice because it teaches you how to train your mind, how to train your heart. It helps you to be able to consciously turn on things and turn off things inside of yourself. And it gives you a safe space to dump all of your confusion and your worry and your anger and your frustration, your disappointment, your sadness in. It allows you to disconnect from those things and to reach a higher state of consciousness. Because the whole intent behind meditation at its baseline is to give you the opportunity to bob to the surface of the water, where you can experience the glory and the realm of the divine, and then bring that experience back into the physical. And the more that you do that, the more that you're able to achieve that spiritual union without even having to spend as much time in meditation. Because now I can almost just think of God and start just dealing with the word God and what I associate with God, and just engage emotionally, and I'm already off into the sunset. Somebody asked me earlier, have I taken a edible since? No, I haven't. And Khozmiq laughs every time that we have that conversation, and my response to him is the same. I'm still high, so there's no reason for me to take an edible. That edible experience is not done. I was just telling Khozmiq just a few nights ago, I had a similar experience of my edible experience, just without all of the psychedelic visualistic properties. It was an emotional experience. That same emotional experience I was able to just snap into. I was a ball of tears and a ball of just worshiping and gratitude and completeness, just joy and connectivity to the divine mind. And it's accessible now, just with me laying regular smuggler on the couch and just being able to connect. Y'all can probably hear my stomach growling. My just being I need to figure out what the hell I'm gonna eat. But being able to just connect, and the more you engage, the more effective and refined you are, and the more tangible that connection is, the more you prioritize it and strengthen it. It's incredible. Anything that you want to say to that, Khozmiq, about a prayer life and meditation and its space?
And that these things are part of you will certainly that these things are a part of, yes, you said the prayer life, the meditation. These things are a part of the continuum that we've been talking about when it comes to ethnogenics, psychedelics, and so forth. That this should be in all of that milieu. Like, these are not to be used as a substitute for prayer, for meditation, as a supplement to prayer, meditation, holy living, a pure life. Yeah, I think that's powerful. And I think kudos to those people who are so called, that they do begin to step from the world and live on that daily manna, as you and I do.
That part. It was in an article, it was a documentary. I'm gonna look back in my saved files on YouTube, because I remember I saved this documentary. I also had showed it to one of my friends at the time too. We had watched it together. So I'm gonna go through my list, and when I find it, I'm going to put it in the description box, and I'm also going to share it on the community tab. But it was a documentary specifically on Christian mysticism, and it just kind of chronicled the lives of various Christian mystics throughout history, and the miracles and manifestations that were associated with these saints, etc. And so this particular female Christian mystic was one of those saints that was featured. I think that documentary probably was about an hour and a half, 2 hours long. I was deeply fascinated, and I'm always kind of looking up and delving into the lives of mystics that have lived throughout time. It's incredible to know that so many mutants with mutant abilities of various levels and kinds have existed. I remember because there's a lot of things that like mainstream media will not talk to you about, And there's a lot of things that the American curricular system will not prioritize informing you about either. I was completely gun-ho, and I don't even know where I read this or what I was watching, but I'm going to also go search for that as well. But there was a particular male mystic. I don't know if this was over in England. It was over in one of those countries, where it might have been in Germany, because it was during a time where there was war, but there was a historical event regarding a mystic during one of the wars going on, where this man, first of all, this mystic was a healer. He was known for bilocating. He was known for manifesting in the rooms of people who were dying or diseased or hurt, people who had solicited his prayers, etc. He was known to be in two places at one time. He was known to have potent prayers as well. He was a mystic who was marked by various signs and wonders, just like Khozmiq and CTV is. But there was a particular incident where there was a invasion and of his, hold on, why is my thing not charging? Hold on real quick, y'all. I'm trying to charge my laptop, but it's acting up. Hold on, y'all. Let's see if I can. It was working just fine. Okay, let me check this out. See something quick. What is the problem? Hold on, this thing been. I guess this might be the cue. Shit. Okay, y'all, my laptop is dying. I don't know why it's not. This thing is not. The extension cord I'm using is not. It's not understanding the assignment. So, before the laptop dies, this particular mystic, he was known for his miracles, etc. But there was an invasion that was going on. Do you guys know that historically? This is historically documented. This mystic was able to scare off the warplanes that were invading his town and his city, that were designed to drop bombs and to kill pedestrians, etc. This man was able to manifest in the clouds where the warplanes were, and scare the war pilots, the fighter jets, with these bizarre manifestations in the clouds. There's been so many other historical things that have happened, such as, hold on, let me see. Oh, y'all remember the Operation Cone of Power? Okay, which is another historically documented supernatural act, the Cone of Power. Remember the witches who turned Hitler's army around with ritualistic magic? This is all historical shit. And no, you're not gonna see this plastered on your 6 o'clock news. They ain't gonna talk to you about this stuff on CNN. They ain't gonna teach you this in history class. Okay? Look into some of the stuff. Operation Cone of Power. When the British witches pulled the reverse Uno on Hitler's invasion through ritualistic magic. These particular witches exerted so much force to turn around this German army that most of them died shortly after. They died because they exerted that much chi. that much desire and intent, it killed them. Because they executed that from their life essence. Took them clean out. So many things. Did you guys know that during not Reagan, what's the other president? Hold on. Over the White House. Not Reagan. Over the White House. I'm trying to find the president that this happened in. Important meeting in Washington, besides took place. Curtis, Blue Book. Oh, it was Reagan. Okay, yeah. Do y'all remember during the reign of President Ronald Reagan? Do you guys know that there was a UFO formation over the White House? Literally, the extraterrestrials landed essentially at the White House, and that Ronald Reagan ordered a hit on these balls of light that formated over the White House, and that U.S. firefighters, jet fighters, flew out to investigate the matter. They tried to shoot these things down, and these things were moving at 700 miles an hour, zip-lining the atmosphere, disappearing and reappearing. They taunted American jet fighters, outran their ass, took their ass on a wild goose hunt, and they did this 2 nights in a row. This phenomenon manifested again the next night, and Ronald Reagan ass had to send military presence into the sky. And them UFOs tore their ass up again. They made a damn fool out of our technology. There are so many things that have happened and are happening in our world that is not going to be given to you through mainstream media for obvious reasons. I say all that to say that there's more to life than working and living, that our existence and who we are has a much deeper context than what we are aware of. In some ways, our bodies are not telling us the truth. We don't have conscious memory of our life before this, but there is plenty of evidence for past lives, that through hypnotherapy, people have been able to tap into their subconscious and uncover past lives. There are so many manifestations that have been well documented in human history and that have also more anecdotal, that have manifested on this planet from the time of human presence on Earth. There's a great awakening that's taking place. But no change has ever come without fire. You are going to see the deeper contrast as you awaken. And the old adage is the same adage of today. This world needs more love. But that means that we have to be exposed to the reality of love in order to give love away. All we know how to do when we don't and haven't experienced love is give the idea of love away, what we think love is away, what we believe love is away, what's been demonstrated to us as love by those who called themselves loving us. No, there is a cosmic, eternal, everlasting love that is smothering and saturating the multiverse that we exist in and all of creation. And culture and lifestyle and trauma has separated us from this ultimate reality. But all hope is not lost. Deepening your spiritual practices, your prayer life, your meditation life, and I would even say the safe and informative introduction of certain plants and their properties can be essential to awakening you to this deeper truth. And I was somebody who was very much so against cannabis and edibles and all of that until I had my own experiences. And these things are not the truth in and of themselves, but they are a vehicle that's already oriented and have its GPS coordinates already preset to where the ultimate truth is. And through these herbs like ayahuasca, cannabis, etc., even edibles, baby, it can take you somewhere that working every day won't. And I know for a fact every issue on this planet is because people do not know the love of God. The love of God, the knowledge and knowingness and experience of the love of God will single-handedly change every issue in this world. And continuing to reconnect to that as much as you can, it will change you for the better. For the better. It's incredible. And like God said to me, I did not know. I didn't know. I know now. And I know that most people don't. But they will if we keep this up. Cosmic, anything you want to say?
I think that is the plan, to express that in as many ways as we can, to articulate that in as many ways as we can. The love of God. The love of God. People are in the condition that they're in because they do not know that God loves them. That is the gospel. That is the message of the kingdom. That's the good news, is that God loves you. In what you've been experiencing is what you think God's love is. That's the gospel. That's powerful. That's a good, to leave on a good commission. The Great Commission. There's the gospel for you.
This is the only thing. This is the only reason why God. This is the only reason why God incarnated in its entirety. What was Christ going around doing? Revealing and demonstrating and personifying the love of God. Every one of his teachings and principles had to do with the love of God. If you keep the law of love, then you can fulfill the law of Moses. You can fulfill the laws of Moses. Love is the only reason why you can't honor the 10 Commandments. You don't love your neighbor enough to not covet with his wife. You don't love your neighbor enough to not steal from his ass. You don't love his ass enough to not unalive his ass. Love is the grace that brings it all full circle and make it accomplishable. To make upright living possible. Look at everything he said to his disciples. If when he is thirsty, give him water. When he is hungry, give him food. When he is homeless, give him shelter. When he is in prison, visit him. And he who does these things unto the least of them have done them unto who, Khozmiq?
You said unto me.
Unto me. He who loves his brother, he who loves his fellow man loves God. This is synonymous to God nature and God culture and kingdom of heaven culture. And the funny thing about that particular passage of Christ saying, you can't say you love me and then you don't do for them. You can't say you love me and you are and you abandon them and you forsake them and you harm them. You can't say you love me. And he who does them unto, who executes the virtues of God upon their fellow man, you are executing those virtues upon me. Do you know what's also encoded in that, Khozmiq? Christ literally revealed that he is all people. That there's no separation between he and us. Just like he said about the Father. When the disciples said, hey, can we get a manifestation of God? Can you show us God? Can you show us? You were looking at him. I and the Father are one. And guess what? Me and you are one. You practice this Adamite separatist mindset. There is no separation between you and God or you and I. You just don't know, which is why I've come to enlighten you, to teach you into oneness and to love you into this completeness. And so that was a scripture that also changed my life in terms of deepening my humanity toward people. And because I realized that that homeless man that's outside of the 7-Eleven, broke, busted, and musty, is God. And his condition is actually compelling my God nature. The prostitute, the whore, the druggie, that all these people are God. God is wandering through earth as all of these people, exploring 3D reality through all of these people. And to intentionally mistreat any of these groups of people is to abuse and mistreat Christ itself. Yeah, it's a flickering, y'all. It won't. It's yes. It's saying amen, honey. It's worshiping, honey. Amen, 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 amen. You know, and I think it's just powerful, you know, that we're all God wandering through and bobbing our heads around, trying to awaken from this eternal slumber that we've been in, trying to awaken to the truth of who we are, to self-actualize. And I say this all the time on my platform, that man has searched for God under every rock, on every planet, within the oceans, within the skies. And he didn't look in the one place, in the one place that it would make the most sense for him to look, which is in you. Where the hell else would God be other than in you? Why would God be somewhere out there, somewhere over there, somewhere under there? God is in the one place you never thought to look, which is in the damn mirror. That's what God is. And that's why you have to close your eyes and meditate and pray in order to not see what's out there, but to see who's in here And that's why meditation can be so enlightening, because it directs you to the throne of God, which is in you. Eternity is written across the hearts of man. The period is residing in us. And Christ was a humanitarian. Christ believed in protecting the lesser of them. We live in this culture where we actually harass minority people. We bully minority people. We outcast minority people. That's anti-Christ. Christ said, if anything, that's who your humanity should be extended to. The trans, the intersex, the queer, the black, the woman, the etc. Whomever is the lesser in the situation is who you should be prioritizing, making the first. Whoever is the least, who's at the last of the line, is who you should be taking care of, not worried about your privileged ass position. Because when you empower the least, you empower them all. So to live in this system where we push against the cries and the woes of the lesser is very interesting to me. And then for this to be such a Christian-led country and God we trust, there's a church on every damn block. And yet the practice of Christ is completely bleak in this system. Is wild as hell. That's who taught me to protect the least. First of all, I incarnated into the least intentionally for this experience so that I could carve out my own superheroism. And then the teachings of my Lord and Savior. And I don't have no shame in that. I'm not ashamed of Christ. And I know everything about a white man's religion and all of this and but my relationship ain't even with the religion. My relationship is with the consciousness of Christ. My relationship ain't with the Bible. The Bible, like any other book, can be inspiring. It could be deeply renowned and lead to transformation as well. It's metaphysical. It's a book of spells. It's a book of astrotheology. There's so many wonderful properties. And so I'm also in the business of quoting scripture because scripture is powerful and enlightening. But my relationship is not with the Bible or the book. When Christ sat around with his disciples and he asked them what were the paparazzi saying about him, and everybody went around and gave their knowledge of what the tabloids were saying about Christ, and then he got to Peter and he said, "What do the people say that I am, Peter?" And then he said it, and then he said, "Well, Peter, who do you say I am?" Christ said, "Son of God." And then Christ said, "On this rock I shall build my church." And the church also misinterpreted what that meant. They went and created a whole religion out of Peter and his form of belief in Christianity. The rock that Christ was talking about building his church on was the rock of divine revelation. That's why Christ said to Peter, no one could have told you that. You couldn't have got that from a writing on a wall. You couldn't have got that from a hieroglyphic. You couldn't have got that from anybody. Only my Father could have revealed that to you in heaven. On that rock, I will build my church. The church of divine revelation. The church of the body of people who do not need an intercessor because they have a direct line in relationship to the Most High. A people who don't need a fourth wall. A people who don't need an intermediary. Once again, dissolving the separatism and inviting the oneness and inviting the relationship of God, because all of this is inner consciousness. These mystics, Christ and Krishna and Buddha and the list of all the masters that's come, all of them are pointing us inside, to inviting us to an inner journey of reality. So know that you're loved. Extend that love to all other people. Know that to cause intentional harm makes you the devil. It makes you the enemy of God. It makes you the enemy unto yourself. To use your resources and your power and your conversation to stand in the gap for the least of them. Whoever the least is in your particular system, whether that be the homeless, whether that be thousands and hundreds of thousands of children who don't have a home, who are in the foster care system, who do not have their daddies and their mommies, whether that be Black trans women, whether that be same gender loving men and women, whether whoever the least is, whoever has the least of the resources in the space is who your God nature should be after. The least. That's why we go so hard for the least over here. We don't talk about these privileged people who got money and time and got options. Over here, we put our foot on who's more privileged in the situation. And of course, that's also a relative reality as well, right? Because you can have two minority people, but different type of minorities. So privilege can be relative as well, because there's levels to this privilege shit. Love. We all need it. And we only misbehave because we don't know it. And we don't have enough experience of it. And we don't seek it enough and refresh ourselves enough in it, like Christ did by fasting and separating himself. We'll be good if we got 15 minutes a day to lotion our damn bodies down properly. But we got to find a way to prioritize a higher consciousness. We have to find a way. And if it means adjusting one's lifestyle, then we got to do that. Cut out all the miscellaneous bullshit. Cut out the partying. Cut out the frivolous, idle existing and laying on the couch. Cut out the toxic motherfuckers. Come down on some of the bullshit responsibilities. Learn to say no so that you have more time. Because being a yes person will cloud your judgment and your humanity as well. The old saying that if you ain't good for yourself, you ain't good to no, you can't be good to nobody. Even Christ knew that. He knew not to cast his pearl unto swine. Don't waste your breath and your time on a reprobate, resistant, indignant ass motherfucker who just want to argue you out of a proper path, argue you out of positivity, argue you out of an effective answer. Separate from the reprobate. And learn to say no. Because saying no helps other people to find their equilibrium too. all about that balance and act, honey. Cosmic, we have come to the end of our discussion. Anything that you want to say before we tie this shit up?
Thank you for always having these kinds of conversations. Thank you for engaging the way that you do. Thank you for the balanced conversation. Thank you for sharing your experience with us, always leaving us with something to chew on more than what we came with. As always, it is such a blast talking with you and engaging on these topics and just really letting our mystic selves hang all the way out. And just keep doing what you're doing, man. I just bless everything you put in your hand to and love what you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you for bearing witness. Being a living witness, so that if I go before you, honey, you can keep the legacy of this mystic alive in these streets. Tell him he was a man of many aesthetics and many wonders. Many manifestations, honey. We got living witnesses over here, y'all. Okay? Matter of fact, I don't think there's nobody in my life that I can call who hasn't bear witness. Not one. Not one. But before we get out of here, you are working on some very interesting stuff, and I'm very excited because there's a particular thing you're working on for me called a magic bottle. Can you briefly talk to the people about these magic bottles that you have started working on and creating and what they are about?
So magic bottles, mystic bottles, spirit bottles, spirit traps, evil eye, gazing traps. They have so many different names. But basically, mystic bottles are spiritual technology that harness a certain kind of energy, normally by trapping it or giving it an anchor in the material world, depending upon what its purpose is. So one of the ones that I'm developing for you, I don't want to go into detail. I don't like talking about stuff I'm currently working on while they're still being worked on. Kind of have a taboo about that in hoodoo, but I'll just speak generally about what some of the bottles can do and how they can be worked, if that's okay. I'll take that as a yes. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah,
Sorry, I was in no comments.
Okay. But so the spirit bottles can be used to anchor spirits or to ground them, to house them, or even to trap them, to constrain them, to bind them if necessary. And not just spirits, but other types of elemental forces that are at work in the world, even conceptions or conceptualized forces such as money, love, peace, security, etc., can be bottled and used as, let me put it this way. I want to use this quote I found in my presentation by Dominique Pullett. Dominique Pullett said, "Objects express a physical bond between us and the missing other. Therefore, they have the potential for evocation." Objects express a physical bond between us and the missing other. So this bottle, or it can be a jar, what have you, in this case I'm doing a bottle, represent and express a physical bond between us and the other. And because they represent that bond, because they express that bond, that physical object can be used to evoke the other. So
Wow.
that's what we're doing.
So the one that you're working on for me is the evil eye, which is designed to trap any evil intent or prayers or any ill-intended magic directed at me.
Well, I guess you already said it, didn't you? We got to talk about what we're doing currently right here, right now. But since we're on the topic, so the bottle I'm doing for you is an evil eye bottle, or we call it gazing trap. And the way it is constructed is that it presents a three-dimensional look. We have a window in the bottle. So as the evil eye is being thrown at someone, it is caught in that window. It is fascinated by how the bottle is constructed that way, where the image is coming from. Is it in the bottle, on the back of the bottle, outside the bottle? And so these kinds of fascinations is what we call them, trap the evil eye in the bottle. In the same way how you may see something spectacular and stop what you're doing and just literally are enraptured by the moment. The same thing happens with the many of the bottles.
Enchanted. Wow. Attract powers and consciousnesses and spirits and non-physical energies. And these bottles can be set in the home, outside the home, etc.
Yes, buried. Some of them are hung. It just kind of depends upon what the purposes of them are. Some of them are buried. Some of them are put in plants. Some of them are put in elevated places. Some of them are put out of sight. You know, there's a number of different ways to deploy them, again, depending upon the situation.
So I'm also going to assume as well, like a lot of times, you know, especially, you know, in America, first of all, you know, Black Americans, especially in the South, you know, we assign, as Larry said, everything got a spirit, you know, a spirit of eating, spirit of ugly, spirit of everything is inside the spirit. But a lot of times we are in the business of rebuke, get out of here, but we don't assign a destination. Is this also a way to assign a destination to something that you're rebuking out of your home or rebuking out of your body, unclean spirit, the spirit of sickness, etc., that this allows you to have a space to send that spirit to until you make another decision in terms of where it should go from there?
Well, yeah, you know, when these are actually professional services, people who are, you know, very seasoned, very experienced practitioners that do cleansings, that do purges for people. And that's exactly what we do. We clean the person up, and from that debris, we pull that spirit off of the person. We trap it in a bottle. We bind it up in a bottle.
Yep.
And depending upon what the arrangement is with that client or what type of spirit was bottled, it may be buried somewhere else. It may be sent out to the ocean. It may be, you know, just missed in some other way. It could be worked with to be elevated. There are a number of different, again, depending upon the situation.
Send that spirit to somebody else.
Yes, you can do,
who might be more qualified.
I don't release those kind of bottles to the public, but yes, you can do that too. Yeah.
Oh, we get into it all over here, Cosmic, honey. We get into all the smoke and fire. Derek says, if I want to ask if you have an evil eye bracelet, how long are you supposed to wear it before you get rid of it? Asking a question from Cosmic.
Oh, well, that's a great question.
A lot of people wear, like, I know Shango, he kind of wears his evil eye ring, kind of, it's just like a I'm assuming it's just like a, you know, he wears it casually. I have an evil eye bracelet as well, but I only wear it when I'm going out into the public. I don't really wear it when I'm just like in my home, etc. But yeah, a great question.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm glad we're able to have this discussion. As long as the bracelet is still in physical tact, it hasn't broken on you, it hasn't gotten lost, it hasn't changed its size, etc., it's really good. Especially if you have good maintenance and upkeep of it, not only physically, you know, you don't just throw it around the house or whatever, and also spiritually. Some evil eye artifacts and preparations, depending upon who the priest is or the spiritualist that prescribes that, they may also give what you need to do to keep that charged or keep that refreshed. It may take rum. You may need to have that, you know, every so often sit in roux or whatever the instructions are. But as long as there's not any physical sign of destruction of the bracelet, it's good. It's still working. Now, if you have a situation where it falls down the drain and you can't retrieve it, or it falls and breaks or something like that, then that's a sign it actually did take a hit for you. That it took, you know, the evil eye was levied against you, and it defended you in that, and it's done its job. It's time to get another one.
I remember when you used to have an altar at my home, and it would not be out of the ordinary for an entire candle to combust, boom, just explode, glass and all, just candle combustion. Mode, our coach says, can you insert what the missing other is or could be? I don't know. I'm just trying to have an outstanding understanding or understanding.
Yeah, I was just bringing that quote from Dominic Puller. He was speaking in the broadest general terms about objects in general, right? And when you think about it, it's true. Any object is an expression of a physical bond between ourselves and the other. The other could be who gave us the object. The other could be where we bought the object from. The other could be who made the object. The other could be who's the previous owner of the object, et cetera, et cetera. The other could be what the object or who the object reminds us of, so on and so forth. The position he was making was that we can interact with the non-physical through physical things, because every object expresses or symbolizes or represents a physical bond between us and whatever the missing other is, whatever the other that is not currently there. If you have an animal, a pet, and you have their dog leash and they're not in front of you right then, right there, that's representing the missing other. You shake that dog leash, that dog hears, and they come running towards you.
Wow. Khozmiq don't think that the Conscious crew be lit like this and into this kind of stuff. I be telling him. I'm gonna have to bring you back to get into a whole discussion, because clearly there's a whole history and a plethora of uses for these things. And so my question to you is, because I know, right now you are just kind of in the perfecting and creativity of it. Are these going bottles that are going to be on the market and for sale at some point, or are these just kind of products that are going to just kind of be more personal?
I think right now I'm gonna, people who I know and that I trust, extend that to them. Like you said, there's some people out there that just want to learn how to use it to harm their enemies or do something crazy with it. So I think I might do more information around this, more educating my community about this before I release them, to be bought or whatever. But I'm not against that. But normally when I'm ready for that, all the details and the logistics of how much it costs and all that will come to me, and I haven't gotten that nailed down yet.
Okay. Oh yeah, the people love to know, honey. We got witches and warlocks and hoodoo doctors and everything in the comment section, honey. We got all type of folks, honey. Motor Coach says, I'm going to walk away from this live with more productive, beneficial information than what I came in with. Gratitude to the panel for not being selfish with their spiritual knowledge and info. Love to you, Mode, our coach, and shout out to everybody who was here. Well, I have Dr. Khozmiq Newage's information in the description box. You guys can follow him on social media, on Instagram. He also has a YouTube channel, but he's really, really, really active on Instagram and goes live weekly. So you guys are able to join in to those live streams, etc., and speak with him and engage him, etc. And his website is also in the description box below as well, where his various services and products are and can be obtained through the website. So don't forget to check out the description box for Khozmiq's information. I want to thank you for coming through, friend. We did 4.5 hours, and it didn't even feel like we was live. It just felt like we just had an exchange, like a phone exchange that just happened to be live.
We just really had our phone call conversations that we normally have this time of day.
And those are the best. Those are the best is when it's just dialogue. It ain't got to have no extra bells and whistles. It ain't no pressure. It ain't anything. It's just exchange. It felt rich and natural and riveting and smooth selling. So I want to thank Queen Cancer Taro in the chat. Thank you, my purple lover, who is also a spiritualist. She's also active on Instagram, and she does like readings, etc. It's a lot of really educated spiritual people here. So I would love to put together like a spiritual panel one day and just talk, just talk spirituality, talk tarot, divination and spell casting and just all of that. It's a lot of incredible folk. So yeah. So we're going to get out of here, you guys. So if you guys enjoyed, it's Saturday now. We started off with TGIF and now it's TGIS. So hope you guys have a wonderful Saturday. I will be active in Patreon today to do season 2, episode 4 of Bad Boys Review, etc. Yeah, and I'm loving it, child. So I know that a lot of y'all said y'all wanted more spiritual content as well, so I'm going to make sure to sprinkle that in to the platform so my spiritual folk can continue to be well fed and edified and all of that. And man, I just love it. I love what we've created here. I love this all-purpose space where we can do it all here. It's so full circle. So you guys have a great Saturday. More than likely, I will be seeing you guys Sunday to get into some world news and everything that's going on out there, in the Walking Dead realm, child. And love you all. Peace.